believe it took a while before Chapter 5 came out, but I'm pretty excited for what Chapter 5 is going to entail. I haven't actually watched any of the official videos, only because I didn't want to get spoiled, maybe, about what was going to happen. But I do want to wait 4 more minutes. While we're waiting, make sure to give it a like and subscribe if you haven't already. And in the meantime, we will summon. I actually collected 73 Unilogs, so I am very hopeful that I will get this new character. I don't really know anything about her because I haven't played the event story yet, but I do like her design and I pull for designs, so we shall try to get her with my 73 that I have collected. Please let it be a good roll. Gold! Darn it, it's not a... Satsuki again? I mean, I don't mind her, I guess. But it would have been great if I got the other ones as an alternative. Oh, it's okay. We still have 63. Well. Still no? Let's open it all. Okay, well, Charlie's not bad, I suppose. Come on. Come on, 37! You can come home! Don't be another Druvis! Ooh. Come on! I don't know if I should be happy or sad. Well, at least I got Tenant, okay? I'm happy about that. Although, I don't really know how to pronounce her name. Bornbloom? I don't really use her, and I don't really use Click either, but I guess it's fine. It's okay, we still have 43 pools. Come on! Give it to me! So frustrating. Well, that's not bad either, I guess. I don't really use them though, so that's the problem. Come on. Please come home. 37! I only have 33 left! Hey Aurelio, welcome to the stream! No! The pain. It's okay. We still have 23! Gosh darn it. I can't believe I only have 10 left. Wait. Maybe. Okay. I can get those. I can also get those. Okay, now I still have 25. Come on! Gold! Okay. Come on! Yes!
Mandelbrot said.
It was
That's
so
right.
worth.
It's just like the island.
It was so worth
I'm a part of the
collecting it for
set.
her.
Just as I'm part of the island.
I was so worried that I wasn't gonna get her, even though I had like 70 pools. Well, I guess it was worth it. Feels good. Ooh, and I even got DK, which I actually use, so that's spicy. So I'm gonna save the 15 for future characters. Oh, but how wonderful. Let me quickly get their portraits. Thank you, thank you. I'm so happy. That was a very
Where's
good
my
pull.
hanky?
These really quickly. And then we'll go to chapter 5. I guess the rest can wait. Let's start. The prisoner in the cave. Ooh, I don't know what to expect. Be it the Thames or the Argian, one must navigate carefully. The prisoner in the cave, chapter 5. Bon voyage. Ooh.
Hold tight!
Oh, Regulus. Wait, we're back on our ship again?
Lean, there is nothing we can do. We have another 10 minutes tops before this ship sinks like a stone.
60% of the left cabin has been flooded, as well as 75% of the right cabin.
Basically, this ship is screwed.
The ship cannot survive such a ferocious storm. Timekeeper, we should get ready for evacuation.
Clearly.
Prepare the teleport soft disk.
Wait, what are you talking about? Are we going to abandon the ship?
Well, it's either that or we die, so
These
yes.
are just some breezes and ripples. Won't last longer than a blink of an eye. Just hold on to the wheel and we'll...
Here comes the big wave.
That sounds like the turbine just cracked.
That's not good.
Great. So only 2 minutes left. A true captain will never abandon her ship.
I think a true captain will
I've
know
sworn
when
to
to
live and
abandon
die
the ship.
with Rockin' Apple, the second of its name. Then why is it the second?
She has a point. From behind her sunglasses, Regulus's gaze drifts into the distance.
Damn it. Sotheby just bought us this ship. I racked my
Rip
brains to
Sotheby's,
think of all the assurances I could give to get that
well.
governess off my back.
I think it's better for us to embrace the fact that all things would come to an end, Captain.
Yes, listen to Apple.
Sometimes, deserting is to leave for another battlefield.
Oh, radio? The rain washes the radio shell. The flower on top, which was once well cared for, now droops with wariness. Regulus stares at that flower blankly, then her eyes widen as she suddenly realizes something.
Oh, you're one to talk about deserting. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have ended up like this in the middle of the...
Timekeeper,
She
we
was
have an
interrupted.
emergency. The teleport soft disk can't be activated.
Then are we gonna
I've
drown?
tried other contingency teleport incantations, but none of them worked in this area. Neither did the communicator.
So,
It's
we're
as if
screwed?
something is jamming the signal.
I see. I have a question for you, Sanato.
Please, Timekeeper.
In the field mission evacuation instructions, apart from the part about asking the Timekeeper for help, is there anyone else we can reach out to for rescue?
Oh. Is there?
Seriously, Vertian.
Without hesitation, Regulus pounces on Miss Radio.
I see what's going on now. This is a trap!
I'm gonna
And
turn
you
off the
are
auto.
behind all this. It is you who
I'm
played that
skipping
nonsense
something.
travel note from 1999
Or cutting it too short.
and lured us into this random sea in order to torture us, afflict us, and now feed us to the fish!
I don't know if a radio is capable of doing that, but okay.
Go ahead, give us the wicked villain laugh, you manus mole! Quit playing innocent here!
Regulus.
I don't know. I mean no harm.
Nice try. See what else you got to say when this pirate opens your battery cover and finds maiden manners there.
Couldn't you already do that technically then?
Please, do not shake me. If I broadcast how to clean kitchen appliances for you now, will it brighten up your mood?
I don't think that's gonna do anything.
Like hell it will. Can't you see? My ship is going down! Along with my record collection and your battery cover to the bottom of the sea for good! Even John Lennon can't do anything about it now.
I'm terribly sorry. I can't see. I could only touch, hear, and imagine.
I was gonna say, I don't think the radio has eyes.
How about this program? Lesson 101, the express route to heaven one shouldn't miss. I think it would serve you better.
Are you just giving up then?
I can't stand this anymore. My records, my Dr. Pepper's, my pirate radio, my Rockin' Apple II. For crying out loud, what have I done to deserve this?
Be Regulus? A soothing song comes on the radio.
Well, she did try her best to pick the music. Though no one is in the mood, I think this piece is not bad. As to Regulus's question, we need to slightly twiddle this knob.
To 1913.
1913? Secrets are hidden in the seams. Stretch out your hand a bit further. Joint Committee of SF. Oh, St. Pavlov
This
Foundation.
is...
The official letter of appointment from the Foundation. Congratulations, Verton. After the long evaluation period and the re-examination, the Storm Reformation, Manpower, and Discipline has been officially approved by the Pact's Security Council.
Ooh, I wonder if we're gonna learn more about the Pact's Security Council in this chapter.
Team Timekeeper is now a legitimate, independent department. You are now granted a more flexible autonomy and independent budget.
Madam Z, you're the best. They've been waiting in the suitcase for this document for far too long.
What was that? Did you say budget? Does that mean the Foundation will buy, assign me a new ship?
I like how that's the thing that she wants to know.
Unfortunately, independent means doesn't rely on others.
I could apply for a ship for you, but it's not guaranteed.
Misers. Fine. Not that I wanted an obsolete ship painted in greyish shepherd check.
Regulus mumbles and walks away. She has entirely lost interest in this conversation.
However, the price of passing that bill is to let the Foundation keep its authority to discipline unregistered arcanists. The arcanists who have been and will be assigned to the Timekeeper's team will be put through a risk assessment procedure carried out by the Foundation. Those who are in lower risk categories only need to receive primary artificial somnambulism training, while the high-risk ones will go to the School of Discipline.
I mean, considering all the parties from Chapter 4, I suppose that would be the best way to go about it. Or else there might be unnecessary forces against this department.
But I will make sure they will be registered as members of Team Timekeeper when they enroll.
Plus, Madam Z's on Verton's side, so it's a lot easier because she's in politics now.
I see.
I have only one question. Are you still our point of contact for the Foundation, Madam Z?
Yes, of course.
Oh, what a relief.
Then I have no further questions.
A smile breaks on Madame Z's lips.
Meanwhile, Team Timekeeper can apply for secondment from the Foundation, Laplace, and Zeno if necessary.
Laplace and Zeno.
You can check this file for more details.
Miss Z hands over a supplemental clause of considerable thickness. Fortunately, there are other things in more dire need of being checked for now. What's our mission?
It stays the same. Keep investigating the storm and Manus Vindicte.
So broad, but I guess it's understandable.
You can make your own plans of action. The Foundation only needs a monthly report on the result. You're the first in command, Virgin.
Okay.
You already have a target, I assume.
That base that Manus used to keep its elite house 4 years ago. It has never been reversed by the storm. I'd like to investigate that place again.
So you've been there many times. Well, that'd make a good start for Team Timekeeper. I'll arrange for some people to meet you at the base. I think you'll have a great time together.
Well, clearly. We know who that group is going to be.
The fog is thick here.
Of course, we have Regulus. The mist hangs heavy in the valley, and the temperature is somewhat uncomfortable for those accustomed to the suitcase.
It used to be the nest of elite house, a kind of creature resting in valleys with abundant water resources. What's more, it's winter now.
The leaves are indeed covered with a thin skin of frost. Regulus clicks her tongue and eyes the frog-shrouded gate of Zeno.
So, why do I have to be the errand girl? The Foundation wasn't even planning to give me a ship.
It's either that or you don't see Vertin, I suppose.
Mr. Netto is going through the procedures in the headquarters to transfer herself to Team Timekeeper.
Oh, so she's not officially part of Team Timekeeper yet. Is it because she's just known as the Timekeeper's assistant and is technically under the Foundation's main headquarters department, I suppose?
Mastruvis and Sotheby are on a break, for they have spent much time and energy clearing the woods and repairing the Foundation square.
Oh, they must be tired.
Miss Lilia has been given an administrative penalty because she broke into the rehabilitation center not long ago.
I forgot about that. That was the best.
This leads us to the current situation, where only the captain and this apple are able to act freely.
What? So in the end, was I, the renowned rocking pirate, the only one who didn't cause any damage to the Foundation buildings?
Yeah, pretty much.
Ugh! I have never felt so humiliated in my life!
You're not planning on destroying this place now, are you, Regulus?
No. Huh? Hey, see who's here? Lilia and a stranger.
A stranger? Next to the rusty iron door, Lilia squats on her hunkers, looking extremely bored.
What took you so long? Fell into a gutter?
No, I did not. A graceful stranger is standing next to her.
Hello, Timekeeper.
Oh,
My name is Moisson.
Moisson.
My employee ID is SF276021919082338X. I believe Madam Z has told you about me.
How does one memorize such a really, really long ID?
I am now an official member of your team.
Miss Moisson.
Miss Morson, welcome
Morson.
to the team. Madam Z said you're an excellent tutor in Arcanum.
She's too kind to say so. In fact, I have a lot to learn from you. Also, thank you for taking good care of Miss Sotheby.
Hold on, you know Sotheby?
According to Madam Z, Miss Morzan used to be Sotheby's private teacher.
Oh yeah, I think I remember that from her character trailer.
It is a long story. Let Miss Lilia give us an introduction to the base first. As the field operator, she knows this place better.
Miss Moisson smiles towards the flying witch beside her, who has started to yawn. Someone clearly has grown tired of this humdrum small talk.
After I got promoted and transferred to the headquarters, those exciting outbound missions have been removed from my schedule. In short, although it's called the base, the only place unaffected by the storm is a narrow, 20-meter-long corridor, no larger than a hunter's lodge.
Wait, really? That's really small for an organization.
My former fellows had already searched this place from top to bottom. Those Laplace dudes had even sent in their lapdogs to search here inch by inch. Found nothing but some excrement of the Alitios and the dog's own poop.
There
How
might be some
exciting.
clues that are invisible. Regulus is a specialist in optical arcane skills. Maybe she can find something.
A specialist? Well, I'll take that as a compliment.
Yes.
But for the record, compared to searching, hiding treasures is more of a pirate's lot. So if it were up to me to hide treasures in this place...
Regulus walks into the depths of the river valley.
Please hold on for a second, Captain Regulus. The fog seems abnormally thick.
Regulus halts and hesitates. Slowly she turns her head. What was that?
Ah! Ambush! Ambush! These brats nearly shot my hat off!
Lucky you, they hit the jackpot right away. There shouldn't be any ambush in this place.
Then what could it be?
Easy, Ms. Regulus. Please carefully retreat to my side. Ms. Timekeeper, please cover us.
Unknown attackers. Everyone, be careful. I was wondering if we're gonna be in battle. Let's see. I think it should be fine. Yeah, it's fine. Let's do this.
Please live up to my expectations, Combs.
Eating.
Hey, you will be sorry.
Please don't.
My apologies! Don't beat me!
They're just little games.
Wow.
Start me up! Nice!
It's only
Easy job.
one round or one wave.
Woohoo! Release! Don't touch my bag! They're just little games.
I don't think there's any use of using the
Eating.
ultimate right now.
Rock, rock, rock! Change the world!
My apologies! Don't beat me!
Are you ready to be blinded?
That should be good enough.
Don't worry. Let's have a cup of tea.
And goodbye.
Hip, hip, hooray!
Let's see. Next one. A Among the dust and grass clippings, or not clippings lies a bright azure petal. Hi, Apostle. Welcome to the stream.
Hold on.
Oh.
It was a misunderstanding, Timekeeper. We attacked to defend ourselves. We are not the enemy.
But Regulus didn't do anything. You just suddenly attacked. The looming figures from the other side of the fog have their hands high in the air.
We are the investigators from the Foundation. These are our IDs.
Miss Moisson carefully takes their IDs and nods her head.
The base has been deserted long ago, right? What's the purpose of the investigation now?
That's true. Why would they come back here? And especially, shouldn't they at least notify the Timekeeper that there will be investigators? It's a bit sus. Unless there's more politics going on that we're just not aware of. Love the Foundation design every time. Me too. I like the outfits.
The outside world has been reversed to 1913. We are here to collect the lost scientific devices from the 1970s.
Oh, okay.
Science and technologies are regressing rapidly due to the storm. Those old devices, which used to be outdated, have become valuable to us.
She looks so concerned.
I see. Do you mind us investigating this place? It won't be long.
Sure. We are glad to give you a hand if you need it, Timekeeper.
Good. I have some questions about the base, and I wonder if you may help.
She quickly starts talking to the investigators as if they have been long acquainted.
So it was just a mistake. Back to treasure hunting now?
Regulus swaggers into the base, inspecting the dusty boxes one by one.
Let's see what Zeno and Laplace have left here. Infrared shotgun. Oh, Magalev auto feeder.
Chocolate.
Kato calibrator. Oh my god! And a full box of Laplace's military chocolate. Vertin! Come check it out! This is all good stuff. Solid MREs. Ahem. This pirate with a heart of gold wouldn't mind tasting it for you.
You mean you just want to eat it for yourself?
I don't mean to rain on your parade, but even dogs won't eat those things. It makes Alitia's excrement smell better in comparison.
Wait, really?
That being said, to the best of this apple's knowledge, canine animals shouldn't have consumed any food which contains theobromine anyhow.
Then can I have it or not?
I mean, you can at your own risk.
There is nothing to be worried about, since the captain is not an animal of the Canidae family.
Well said, as befits the first mate of mine.
Regulus happily lifts the small supply box that is placed on the chocolates.
Wait a second, Regulus. Show me the thing in your arms.
Why? What do you want? Feel like my chocolate now?
No, the supply box. It has my name on it.
What in the... Why does it have your name on it, Vertin? Regulus lets out a gasp, and the wooden box in her hand lurches forward.
Wow, true. Are there any other Vertin in the Foundation?
As far as I know, no one is called by that name but me.
Strange. Lilia squints her eyes and knocks at the solid edge of the box.
Looks like an ordinary wooden box. But these ordinary boxes are always the most dangerous.
It's like a mimic chest. Not far away from them, Miss Moisson is still talking to the investigators and hasn't noticed what is happening here.
So, turns out we did find something useful in this treasure hunt.
I guess
It
so.
even has Vertin's name on it, like a celebrity autograph. A treasure indeed.
So Vertin's the celebrity?
Regulus, wait, don't.
No one can stop a pirate from opening her fresh trophy.
Regulus immediately opens the box and we discover radio. Wonderful. Her first glimpse is of a blue flower that stands out in the surroundings. Then she hears a bizarre static noise.
News of the day. The Outcasts held the 11,231st pep rally in the Mammoth Cave, Kentucky. They eventually unanimously passed the principle of dozing in spring, relaxing in summer, slacking off in autumn, and hibernating in winter.
Interesting.
Practical Modern Incantations has now been reissued for the 77th time. We are now at the end of the 20th century. This book still remains the #1 book on the list of most regretful purchase on Classic Score by The New Yorker.
Wait, isn't that bad if you're #1 for that list?
Biographer Erd has recently published her latest travel notes, Roaming in a Peyron, which has started a new round of craze for traveling in the Aegean Sea region. The chief editor of The Voice of the Millennium strongly recommends this book, praising it to be the literary reproduction of the romantic, elegant, and classical dreams, a glimpse at the golden era. Among them, criticisms abound. The Babylonian Review issued a warning that the author's observation of the Apollo star was fatally inaccurate.
Babylonian Review? Strange. Amazing that they're staying #1. I agree. How bad is it?
Can easily get lost in the Gorgon Current backwash if they do not correct their direction by 3.14 degrees on the Ford Sextant Model T.
I kind of want that radio. It looks nice.
Time for late night news.
What? End of the 20th century. Voice of the Millennium. Is this radio broadcasting news in 1999?
Oh, what's going on? The ritual from afar interrupts the broadcast.
Just as I suspected.
Well, what's wrong? She puts away her usual smile, the glowing light of a spell gathering at her fingertips.
Since Timekeeper hasn't reported the time of this era to the Foundation, you two, as the Foundation's investigators, shouldn't have known what year this is.
In front of her, the fog parts, revealing two familiar figures. So it is?
In such pouring rain, time is the best proof of identity.
Huh, I get it. Not a bad plot.
Miss Morzon, watch your six. Let us help you.
Those Manus Vindictae people.
Hold your horses. I'm coming.
Me? Did you find something?
Your own day is fate.
Realm turns into
No! Peace and love!
Okay, not bad, I suppose.
They're just little games.
as expected.
Please.
Rock, rock, rock! Change the world!
Try this.
Well, technically there's two ways, but it's not.
Peace and love! Peace and love! Start me up!
For everyone.
Woohoo! Release!
Goodbye.
Seal in silence.
Peace
I aimed for the other one. Oh, whatever, it's fine. It'll be fine. There we go.
Your anger is fake, as expected.
Are you ready to be blinded?
It's happening.
Huh. Are you ready to shake? Woohoo!
Regulus is the best. I absolutely love it.
Your anger is fake.
For everyone. Eating.
Realm turns into
So close. And over.
I would like to express my deepest regret for the accidents.
I'm surprised they were able to pretend that they were the Foundation investigators. When the fog is cleared, the enemies are gone. There's nothing else to be seen in the valley except for the supply boxes scattered on the ground.
Didn't expect them to be clever enough to disguise themselves as the Foundation's investigators. They sure have learned a thing or two.
I agree with you, Regulus.
The era of 1929 only lasted for 2 days. The frequent change of time muddles work and responsibilities in the Foundation, which in turn caused some chaos within it. Luckily, Miss Morzon noticed the signs of it at the beginning.
Timekeeper, please take a look at this box. I'm afraid this is what they came here for.
What's that? Miss Moisson turns aside, revealing the newly opened supply box in front of her. Unlike the long-abandoned Lapis instruments, it is not yet soaked by the rain and mist here.
This is the Manus mask they used to stay immune to the storm.
Oh, I couldn't really tell until they mentioned it. A wave has come crashing down. Grab your umbrella and hold onto the railings.
I will explain all of these as briefly as possible.
It looks more like a really weird gun. You have a point there. That's why I was confused. It didn't look like a mask. I mean, it kind of does, I guess, if I, like, convince myself.
Good news. The analysis report on the mask you submitted to the Scientific Computing Center is now available, Timekeeper. We found the same component in it as the raindrop from the storm. This is a component named asymmetrical nuclide R by the Scientific Computing Center.
Asymmetrical nuclide R.
Its name comes from the bifurcation structure it presents under the Arcanum imaging. The Scientific Computing Center has also run some tests on the samples of the raindrops you previously submitted. After removing all water, mud, human hair, and dandruff within, the remaining unanalyzable component is what we called asymmetrical nuclide R.
What a familiar name.
Yes. As an expedient, she borrowed the first half of it to make up the answer to the 3 questions. Mesmer Jr. doesn't pay attention to her murmuring.
But it disappeared right away, and we only have a photo of it. Fortunately, we extracted the stable form of it from the Manus mask. It might be the key to staying immune to the storm.
That would be useful.
Does that mean it'll be possible for the Scientific Computing Center to develop protective gears which are immune to the storm? Like the Manus does?
Seems to be so. A credit to you. The whole center is crazy about it, and I am responsible for passing along the good news on behalf of my fatigued colleagues, who stayed up all night and suffered from neurasthenia.
Mesmer passes them a heavy leather box.
We need more samples. This is a sampling device for asymmetrical nuclide R. It's the one and only. The manual is in the interlayer.
I'll be careful. Thank you, Mesmer.
Don't be. I'm just delivering this for someone else.
She's such a joy. This is the first time she has seen her since waking up.
How do you feel now? I'm sorry about what happened in the rehab center.
I'm good. It just helped me further verify some factual information about Arcanists. It's just... I thought you weren't one of them, Vertin.
Mesmer adjusts her cufflinks and quickly walks away. At the same time, the first assistant rushes from the other side of the corridor.
I just heard some spirit-lifting news at the hall. Phenomenal achievement, Timekeeper.
Sonetta! Sonetta's face brightens with sheer delight. She has changed back into her familiar attire.
It's a tremendous breakthrough in our fight with Manus Vindictae. Everyone at the headquarters is cheering. Although, I don't know what this component really is. Is it a kind of ritual? Or a unique substance?
Wouldn't it be a substance?
That'll be the next thing to find out in our investigation, I think. Manus Vindictae always has more information on the storm and how to be immune to it. We've been trying our best to keep up with their progress. Fortunately, now we have another direction.
Oh, and these are the files you asked me to search for.
Sonetta hands out a stack of magazines with yellowing covers, each corner carefully flattened.
Luckily, the SPDM library has every single issue of Global Arcane Geography since the 1960s. Also, Miss Sotheby accepted your request.
Thank you, Sonetto.
Request?
With these files, and the help of Regulus, that should be enough.
The figures of the big names are moving between piles of paperwork. A Mesmer arc would be really interesting. I agree. I feel like she's one character that I would like to see more of in the main story, aside from, you know, her information, personal information if you have her. And someone is in big trouble.
Ha! Yeah, go on. What else do you get except for playing dumb, you cunning flower-headed tin box?
Cunning flower-headed tin box?
Speak! Tell us what you know. Like, what were you doing in the Elitiao's base? In what way are you associated with Manus Vindictae? And who put you in that box which has Vertin's name on it?
Is she trying to interrogate the radio?
I have no idea.
The rockin' pirate advances while her hostage slowly retreats. Till she knocks into someone more callous.
And those ridiculous radio programs. End of the 20th century. Voice of the millennium and roaming in a pirate. Don't waste our time. Otherwise, we have no choice but bathe you with this bottle of vodka.
Lilia!
Jeez, do you really mean that? Anything less cruel?
Formalin, of course. I never waste my drinks.
What a relief.
Yeah, that's more like it.
The kidnappers smile grimly.
But I really don't know anything.
Poor radio.
I'm just the receiver of signals. Please believe me. When I woke up, I was already in that box.
This interrogation won't get us anywhere. Laplace didn't detect any unusual arcane marks on her.
But she was there with those Manus pawns in that base.
I mean, I suppose Regulus has a point. Wait, is the radio actually alive? Hey, Alistair, I found your long-lost sister. Yes, the radio is actually alive. Well, I suppose, yeah, you could call it alive. Yeah.
Say anything you want. She will still be a solid suspect.
It's the bad cop plus bad cop act. Oh, that's funny. You're right.
Yes, I understand what you mean. But for now, the evidence can't support our speculation. A field trip may be helpful, I guess. What's your plan? Will you come with me? I've informed Madame Z. This will be the first official field mission of our team. Sotheby and Druvis are still on leave. They will not take part in this action, while Miss Morzon will stay put in the Foundation's headquarters as our contact.
Wait, a field mission? Didn't we just come back from that Elitiao base? Besides, where is this field?
The Apollo star we just heard about means the sun. The Ford Sextant Model T is an arcane device produced in the early 19th century. The Scientific Computing Center has one of those as a part of their collection. The Gorgon current is mostly created in the Aegean Sea, near the Balkan Peninsula. I remembered an Arcanum magazine in the 1970s had a detailed article about this and introduced the circulating current. I read it in the periodical room in SPDM. The current will be flowing backwards every time the Earth is at aphelion and perihelion. This is also known as the current reversal.
Radio says she is just a signal receiver. She's trying to fool us. Is she really?
Which is on the 3rd day of January in July this year.
Everyone who isn't Burton and part of Timekeeper's team are all sus. That's basically what I'm gonna think.
And the time in the outside world is...
Ooh, that's kind of nice.
January the 1st, 1914.
Are you saying that all those broadcasts are leading us to an actual place?
I guess so.
Why? I thought we'd have a nice break after this.
There is no such thing as breaks until everything's over.
Regulus, you've been longing for a ship, haven't you?
Suitcase Gang would have been such a funnier name than Team Timekeeper. Let's just call them Team Suitcase.
What if I tell you that I've got you one?
Oh, Burton knows how to handle Regulus now, huh?
Now, hold on a second. Come to think of it, it wasn't the flower-headed radio thingy who tricked me into the Aegean Sea. It was... Vertin! Watch out! The big waves!
Let! This is enough! Es uno le dinveje!
Wait, Lilia! Are you sure about taking off in such stormy weather?
Well, it's either that or you perish.
This isn't a normal storm. Something is attacking us from the ocean! I need to pull it out! You guys go study that whatever instruction right now.
Dang, Leah's so competent. The Red 38 rocket takes off and speeds across the sky like a shooting star.
Haha! I finally got you! Bastard!
Oh, I missed the whole censoring.
It's my turn!
Leah swore in Russian. Oh, that's so great.
Me? Did you find something?
Hold your horses. I'm coming.
What interesting accident will
Whoa.
happen next?
Interesting. Okay.
Wow. Huh.
For everyone.
Pitch. Easy job.
Boy, why is it gone? I I guess that's fine.
They're just little games. Left hand up. Now right hand up.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh yes. Oh, this is wave 2. Okay, let me...
Wow, huh.
For now, let's do this.
Whoops.
I think I'll raise
An accident.
the
Don't worry. Let's have a
audio
cup of tea.
volume for the voices after. It's a little soft for some reason.
Wow, huh. Please live up to my expectations, Comics. Please live up to my expectations, Comics.
Stars.
Be destroyed, you monster thing.
Hip hip hooray!
This first. And then let me go settings. Sound. I think that should be good enough. Okay. Let's go back. Now let's set the watch back to the right time.
De subito sera.
A glow cuts through the air. The mainsail halyard breaks in a snap.
Well done, Sinetto. Now cut the other halyard. We need to reduce the angle of attack and depower the ship.
A lot better. I can hear the voices. Way
Roger
better.
But we can't stay like this for long. Bertin, have you thought of anything?
It's not working. I've tried different ways, but the Tempest blocked every signal I sent for help.
Sheesh.
So is that it? We are as good as dead?
No, don't say that.
Wait, there might be another way. I'm sorry, Miss Radio. I need to borrow you for a second.
Huh?
The radio whimpers helplessly, but that voice is soon drowned in the fierce storm.
Field Mission Evacuation Instructions. Article 21.
There is another way just ahead.
Whenever there is an emergency, the field officer may send an SOS code with their wands through any transmission device with round buttons on it. Any Foundation member nearby will provide immediate humanitarian aid. To send the code, please turn the knob 1 time to the right, half to the left, and then 1 time to the right.
That's not that bad.
If you succeed, you shall hear...
The knob is turned fully to its endpoint.
May the peace be with you.
I've never seen such a tremendous ritual.
When the lights of the ritual fades, 3 people dressed in white show up on the deck. They are wearing uniforms that look completely different from those of the usual investigators or Foundation staff.
We are the Special Mission Squad Razor. Please show me your ID.
Thank you so much. We are...
Oh, we know you, Timekeeper. Even in our Special Operations Squad, you have quite a name. It seems you're in big trouble, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
We were under attack by a giant sea monster when sailing in the Gorgon Current. Please help us ashore safely.
Right down to business. Good, good. I like a straightforward person.
Me too.
All right, William, Todd, better get a move on.
I really like the NPCs or side characters in this game. They have a nice personality. Okay, this should be good. has like barnacles on it.
I can't wait anymore!
The Wheel of the Cold Sea Breeze. The enemy purifies all stats down effects at the start of each round. Okay. Oh, everyone. Okay, first.
Wow, huh.
Your ending is waiting. For
Risen
everyone.
too famous. That special squad also looks
Don't
cool.
worry. Let's have a cup
Yes.
of tea.
The more I see Lilia, the more I like her. The like she is really cool though, and she's really competent, so I really like her. Oh yes, Voyager's great.
As it's
Wow.
Hopefully this will be.
Don't worry. Let's have a cup of tea.
Please.
Destroy it! Ah! It's fine, it's fine.
Don't touch my bag!
It's gone now.
Don't touch my bag!
Okay, now it is time.
your ending is waiting.
They're just little
And the
games.
It's fine, it's fine. It's almost
happening.
It's almost perished. Or dead.
Woohoo! Release!
What is that? Oh heck no, I'm not letting you do anything.
Start me up!
Huh. Just a reminder. Watch your
Left hand
steps.
up! Now right hand up!
Oh wait, I have
Please
to
live
beat
up
that
to my
thing?
expectations, Collins.
Eating.
Well, good to know.
Find
I
the machines
suppose.
on
I
the
just
ground.
wasted 4 things because I didn't check. I should have checked. Oh, disconnected. Okay, okay, I got it.
Your ending is waiting.
Please. Listen. Stars.
Come on! Destroy them!
Try this.
Very close now. I think once it attacks, it'll die. No, not yet! Okay, so that little thing is the core that I should defeat.
Be faithful to the choice of fate.
Huh.
For everyone.
Everything has its cause and effect.
Oh, I really like her ult. It looks so pretty.
Whoops. An accident.
Goodbye.
Can't believe this.
Wow.
They're just little. Start me up! Are you ready to be blinded?
This should help me survive.
An accident.
Rock, rock, rock! Change the world! Woohoo! Release!
Come on, Regulus. Help me survive.
My
I still
apologies.
get injured.
Don't beat me.
Peace and love!
Well, that didn't work out too well. What to
Please.
aim for. Darn it. Oh wait, I did aim for it.
Easy job.
For a moment I thought I didn't.
Just a reminder. Watch your steps.
Start me up!
Mind the machines on the ground.
Gonna do bigger damage.
Bang.
Try this.
Goodbye.
Rock, rock, rock! Change the world!
As it is. Your ending is hope.
For everyone. Stars.
I think I got it now. Oh. I survived.
Hip, hip, hooray!
The arcane blades are incredibly sharp. The razors pierce the monster's scales. Several snake heads are cut off and fall into the sea.
Incredible. Is that a full-size Gorgon? I've only read about this ancient sea monster in literatures. Watch out! Its eyes will turn you into stone!
There has been no witness report of a Gorgon since the 12th century. I thought the current was simply named after the mythology.
Well, it's my privilege to have the chance to fight against it, huh?
So positive.
William, Todd, let's see who gets it down first!
I like this razor captain. He's so cool.
Entities should not be multiplied unnecessarily. Captain, I hope you still remember our founding motto.
A broom passes by the ship swiftly. A playful, interested smile comes to Lilia's face.
Want to compete with me in speed? Have a try, if you dare.
Oh, you have guts and I appreciate it. Bring it on! Speed up, my friends. We need to rush back to the Balkan Peninsula for another mission.
Everyone, please wait a minute. The size of the sea monster. It's shrinking.
Shrinking?
What's happening now? It's gone out of sight. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this.
Oh no!
Not good. It's crawling into the cabin. It plans to tear the ship apart from the inside. Everyone watch out.
Did they all drown now? That's not good. That's not good. Before passing out, the only thing we can hear is the screaming and the hands reaching out. Oh, we survived! Hooray! No, not the apple. Second. The tragedy. What is this place? Blue sky, white clouds, and the beach? A strange island. The waves are gently washing over the body. And someone is staring at us.
Your watch was wrong.
Pardon me?
What? What do you mean?
Your watch was wrong.
She repeats as if this is the only thing worth saying.
Are you talking about my pocket watch?
The numbers are now entirely different from the previous display.
Your watch was losing time, so I fixed it for you.
I don't understand.
I don't either.
Do you mean this is the right time?
Yeah. This is the year 2007, is it not?
Wait, what? What do you mean? How could it be the year of 2007? Oh, let me take a sip of water. year of 2007? How can that be possible? Look, those numbers are no longer curled up on the manuscript. Back to the future. Are we out of the storm? I was about to say that I hate waking up on the beach after the storm, but
we're in
she's the first thing I see, it's fine,
2007.
I guess. Ugh, I'm not really fond of beaches. Well, I like looking at it from afar, but I don't really like walking on the beach because of the sand that gets in my shoes. The heart is pounding fast in the chest. Perhaps it's the only chance. She nods her head. She's so cute!
Do you know the storm?
Is that how you call it? We call it the emanation.
Emanation?
The tide of Numa is pouring down from above and converging. It would raise as a tsunami and break the world of matters where darkness abounds.
The tide of Numa that pours down from above and converges. It raises as a tsunami and breaks the world of matters where darkness abounds. Interesting. Okay.
I don't understand.
She tilts her head and seems equally confused.
This shouldn't be hard for you to understand. You are also a real number.
Real number?
I am 37. What's your number?
I'm Vertin.
No. I'm asking your number. The scripture says only the people who are still in search of their essences would identify themselves by a combination of meaningless phonetic symbols.
So we are the people who are still in search of their essences. Okay.
Well, so you don't know your number yet. Just like Sophia.
Sophia? None of her words make any sense. You're right, it doesn't. But this is not the most urgent matter one needs to worry about. Sonetta, Regulus, Lilia, Miss Radio, and the Razor Squad, where are they?
Have you seen my companions?
Yes. Are you looking for the integer or the fraction? Or the irrational number? Or the imaginary number?
What are you talking about?
What?
Integers are the living example of virtues. Fractions can be understood through specific means. Irrational numbers are the free spirits, while imaginary numbers are the existence which doesn't belong to this dimension of the number axis.
This is, I took calculus, but that was back in college. So, why is it math?
Which one are you looking for?
I'll ask something else instead. What is this place?
Island.
Ah, yes. Of course. I'm 15. Looking up the meaning of the angelic number is quite interesting. How do we drag math into this? I have no idea!
What island?
Have you seen another island?
There are plenty of islands in this world!
Maybe another question. Did a biographer named Erd visit here before? In 1999?
That takes her a while to think about.
1999. Oh, 1999. 1999 is a lovely, centered triangular number. But I believe this number has been abused in the Doomsday stories. I mean, people are too invested in its meaning. In fact, 1999 is nothing special compared to 1991 and 1993.
This is a point in time where I would want to shake her and be like, can you please speak English? Like, I don't know, talk to me like I'm one. I'm I less than 3U. I heart you. Nice to meet you. Oh my gosh. I love how even Vertin is giving up despite being able to hold even dialogue with Sotheby. You're right. Like, talk baby English to me, please.
However, 999 is a brilliant number. It is a Capricorn number, a palindromic number, and the largest 3-digit natural number.
I can't believe this. Please speak to me in baby English. I have a feeling these are all things I'm gonna have to look up for the next video essay though. Math.
Sorry to interrupt, but I only meant to ask about Erd the biographer. She'd been here on this island and written a travel note called Roaming in Aperon. Does the name or the book ring a bell?
I am sorry.
Once again, she shakes her head.
I have no idea about the fragments of matters you're talking about.
Fragments of matters?
Regulus! Finally someone who can speak normal English with me! A scream comes from behind.
Captain, you should go. This Apple's arm has...
No! Mr. Apple, stay with me for a little longer.
What's wrong with Mr. Apple?
Piss off! Shush! You wicked dolphins! Mr. Apple is not your breakfast, nor are my records.
She managed to save
Isn't
her
that
records.
Vertin? Vertin! Are you done with the standing and staring? Come give us a hand!
My brain is absolute smush. Okay, let's go. Oh, dolphins! Oh, interesting.
Wow.
For everyone. Goodbye.
Seriously, what on earth was she talking about?
Peace and love! Peace and love!
Let's see.
They're just little games.
Goodbye.
Left hand up! Now right hand up!
So close, so close.
Don't touch my bag!
Huh. Wow.
Two more,
For
and then we have wave 2. It's
Please
tough
live up
right
to my
now, the
expectations.
dolphins.
Don't worry. Let's have a cup of tea.
It is.
Start me up!
For everyone.
Woohoo! Release!
Think we're close.
Stars.
Next round.
They're just little. Are you ready to be
For
blinded?
everyone.
The dolphins are pretty tough. They have high defense.
Left hand up!
It's because they're
Now
adorable.
right hand up! Are you ready to shake? Woohoo!
But it should be
Release!
fine. Yeah, dodge!
Huh.
Please. Listen.
Hey. Huh?
Oh no! Frozen? In freeze status, characters cannot take any actions, but this type of damage will dispel. Mental damage will dispel freeze status. It's physical, isn't it? Oh no, mental damage. Okay. Whew. Suppose that works. Dolphins just spent too much money on this game, hence they're overpowered. Oh, that's funny.
Start me up!
That'd be
They're
hilarious
just
if that was the
little.
reason.
Start me up! Lights! Woohoo! Release! Left hand up! Now right hand
Free me.
Wow, just a reminder. Watch
Let
your steps.
Let's end this.
Whoops.
Maybe it'll be a trap.
An accident. Find the machines on the ground. Bang.
Perfect time.
Wow.
They're just little games.
For everyone.
Pitch. Easy job.
Rock,
One
rock, rock!
more.
Change the world!
And over.
Seeing the struggle written in the stars.
Thank God you were here, Vertin. Mr. Apple and I were this close to being made a stargazy pie by these clever bastards and served to the dinner table.
You've also been incredibly helpful, Regulus.
Is that so? Like how?
You rebuild my confidence in communicating with people.
Oh, Regulus, it's so good to be able to talk to you with normal, actual, communicative English.
Have you seen Sonetta and the others?
No, I woke up on a dolphin's back.
Dolphin's back?
Thought they had saved my life at first and was quite grateful to them, but the next moment they just started all the beating and biting.
They think you are an irrational number. That's why they bit you.
What does that mean?
Whoa! This little lady made me jump. Vertin, who is this long-haired stranger?
Someone who is lowering my confidence of being able to talk. A familiar voice calls from the distance.
Timekeeper. Thank goodness you are all safe and sound.
Another person who I am grateful to see. You sure that wasn't a shark? Actually, you have a point. It kind of does.
Lilia's on her way. Now we only need to find the captain and his team members.
Next to her stand several strangers in white garments.
Sonetto. These people are...
They are the Apuron believers. They lent us a helping hand after the ship went down.
Oh, that's nice of them. The robed figures stand unspeaking and motionless, until one steps forward to break the silence.
Not at all. An integer is under an obligation to help his kind.
Oh no, these people don't talk normal. I don't understand.
Miss Sonetto, have you found your friends?
Oh wait, okay, maybe it's possible to talk to him.
Yes, only the members of the Razor Squad are still missing. They also belong to the St. Pavlov Foundation like we do.
Imaginary numbers are not of our concern.
Imaginary numbers?
You should not linger here if you have already found your lost friends. We will provide a boat for you to leave. Our school of thought does not accommodate uninvited guests.
Wait! We have something to...
What if we know about the emanation?
The man halts.
We are the investigators from St. Pavlov Foundation. We are glad to share the information about the storm, or the emanation. Please grant us entry to this island so that we can share them.
Timekeeper?
I'll explain to you later. Trust me. Please, Sonetto.
Sonetta coldly ignoring Regulus right there. Timekeeper really is #1 priority for her. You're right, but in some ways, maybe that's for the best. Regulus is probably busy with Mr. Apple right now. The white robes whisper to each other.
Come this way. We will talk. However, only integers and fractions are welcomed here.
Poor Razor Squad, not even considered an integer. The man puts out a finger directly pointing at Regulus.
No irrational number is allowed on this island.
Throw her into the sea.
What?
Huh? Wait. Now hold on a second. I said hold.
Did they just throw her into the sea? I thought they called her an integer for a second, but no, she's not. Oh, poor Regulus. Dolphins, curious about terrestrial creatures' communication. Try to join the confrontation. Not again. Who would have thought? I actually don't know her ability.
You're back. Of course you are. Because this place is the origin.
Mass buff grants 2 stacks of numeral perception, which is attack plus 10%. To all allies. Gains 2 stacks of enlightenment. And gains Eureka. Genesis damage. Dealt. 1 target mental damage. Mass attack. What's sturdiness? Damage resistance plus 25% when attacked. This island is gonna be the start of Regulus's villain arc. This is gonna be her villain origin story. Okay.
Who ate beans?
See.
Given that, are you harassing our members?
Wow. Feels nice to use her.
Rational.
Mass
It could be found.
Oh, wait.
The final demonstration. It could be found. Welcome to the world of numbers.
Ah, yes. So beautiful. Numbers. Numbers everywhere.
Time to check my calculation. Huh.
Reminds me of geometry.
A perfect argument. It could be found. Intersect and divide. Huh.
Goodbye, dolphins. Now you may continue with your conversation uninterrupted.
You still look confused. I know, darling. You haven't even vomited up the mouthfuls of seawater you ingested deep into your stomach. Just relax and lie where you are. You don't have to get back on your feet right away.
Wait, what?
Usually, yes. Usually, when those drunkards and patients wake up from a coma, just like you do right now, they only have 2 questions. The first one will help you find out the name of the land you are lying on. And the other will help you calibrate that bizarre watch on your wrist. All right, now it's finally the right time to make things clear. Open your mouth and throw up whatever you have. Seawater, questions, just get them all out. Right here.
Who on earth are you? No. I want to know where's the guy who used to talk to me. Because he had the best voice.
Oh, darling, why not let it be? You're all on your own now. Don't ask for more when you already have someone to talk to, even if I'm only nagging most of the time.
No, narrator guy, I miss you. Where'd you go? I mean, I don't mind this person's voice either, but still, narrator guy makes it a whole different vibe.
We gotta let the past be the past.
No, I don't want to.
Like how we deal with old newspapers. Because all I speak is one simple fact after another. Anyways, we will keep each other company for quite a while.
No! Where am I?
Ah, finally a question about yourself. In front of you is a boundless sea. All you can see, besides the beach you were lying on, is water, water, and water. A cry for help will be drowned out by the waves, and even the strongest legs are tied to the ground here, and cannot break free. See? There's no way to leave, but it's a good opportunity to have an island tour. The locals have good manners, so I think you can ask them to show you around. That's at least better than just goofing off.
What time is it now exactly?
Not even you can avoid asking this question. But a kind-hearted soul already told you that time is moving forward as it used to be, step by step. So the time is the year 2007.
I like how they make it so difficult to scroll down. Okay, there we go.
Yes. Time is back on the right track, going where it's supposed to be. Raindrops literally drop again, and no one goes back to the past anymore. Well, some miss the good old days, though.
Do they, though?
Oh, you still doubt it, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. Don't get me wrong, I'm on your side. After all the hard times I've experienced, if anyone told me that my life was just a boring dream, one neither good nor bad, I would throw a shoe at them.
You would throw a shoe at them? Enough with the riddles.
I can tell you are being burned by anxiety. But to find the time you want, we need to comb through the situation. Like how you do with your hair.
From the way she speaks about patience, I'm wondering if she's a Mesmer family member. Actually, that would make sense. But at the same time, who knows?
Time is like a soccer tort, and now it has been divided into many pieces. On the largest piece stands the white chocolate card. Yes, the last good days of the 20th century. The gentlemen are still growing handlebar mustaches, and the ladies have not yet flattened the curves on their bodies. New money buys one art piece after another to show off their good taste. They don't even mind turning their homes into museums. A cafe named San Marco officially opens, gathering the most outstanding intellectuals and writers of the time. They talk and laugh there as if nothing could stand in their way.
Are you Miss Radio? Narrator person?
Then the cafe receives a neurologist whose briefcase carries the interpretation of dreams. And celluloid film and projectors become a new means of expression for artists.
Interesting.
At this point, helmets remain intact in the warehouse. Gauze only works in hospitals. Bullets only fly in the firing range, and the flame that swallows lives is not even lit. But soon enough, the young people who swore to retrieve their homeland will take up daggers and guns to fulfill their oath.
Sounds quite intense.
Buildings will shake like a leaf, and rocks will fall off and hit the walls. Screams will try to break free from people's throats. And at that moment, a clip will be loaded secretly in the name of supreme honor.
In the name of supreme honor?
The golden age is about to end. A vortex of blood is already swirling in the river of time, waiting to devour everything that passes by. When that actually happens, all the beautiful curves derived from nature, the B-shaped brooches, the punch, the eiderdown duvets, everything will be destroyed, leaving only an insurance contract behind. And it doesn't even work. Even this cafe will be smashed into concrete pieces.
Oh, okay.
See? We have combed the hair now. Everything I just talked about is the time you want. You wouldn't buy the nonsense about the fairness of time when you reach my age.
How old are you?
It actually feels different between those who keep their eyes shut and those who keep theirs open. Likewise, those who kill never share the same feeling with those who are killed. This is also true between those who have enough food to eat and those who are starving.
I guess they're right about that.
All right, that's it. I've talked enough. Now get up, darling, and brush the sand off yourself. Trust me, you will find your own answer to this era.
We have finally uncanned beans. In the pocket there are green peas, flat beans, bitter beans. It's not hard to tell them apart.
Yes, all is well.
I do... Wait, is this a prison? Why the heck? That's so weird.
Those dolphins sent us to the other side of the currents. And one more thing, Captain, and I'm asking this with no ill intention. May I know your lineage?
The blue flower gently conveys the answer back to her. This is a prison,
Thank
right?
Thank you.
Looks like it.
I wish your next mission would be trouble-free too.
Sonetto sighs softly in relief and turns the knob back to its original position.
The members of the Razor Squad are all humans.
It's clear then. Real numbers refer to arcanists, and imaginary numbers mean humans.
Wait, but Regulus is an arcanist.
Then what is the rest of this nonsense?
Sonetto, Vertin, and this apple are integers.
While Miss Lilia and I are fractions.
Don't bother asking. I'm pure blood.
This apple is also made of pure apple juice.
I only consume 1.5 volt DC.
So it's not determined by our lineage, or Regulus would have been an integer too.
So why on earth am I the irrational number? Why only me?
That's what I want to know.
Unfair. I demand the ruling to be changed.
Shut up. We grappled hard to get you on this island. So you have no choice but to stay in the worst guest room.
Do you call this a guest room? A cell, more like?
She's not wrong, it is a cell. It's a prison. The cell is left unlocked, so clearly some vestige of human rights and dignity remains on the island. Regulus shakes the railing as fiercely as if England had just lost the World Cup.
Perhaps this piece of news will cheer you up. We are prisoners in the world, and our body is the cage of the
I think you're
soul.
just gonna piss her off.
Oh, cut me a break. Might as well play us some rock music.
Her chief mate appears calmer than the captain, still wrestling with her fate as much as the railing.
Seems the residents on this island venerate integer numbers. And irrational numbers, or the non-terminating, non-repeating decimals, cannot be represented as the ratio of two integers, hence they are discriminated.
No, no, no. Who are they to judge and decide me to be the irrational number? I was the only person who didn't cause any damage to the Foundation in the previous protest. Oh, why do I get to have the worst of both worlds?
I've requested information from Ms. Moisson about Apiron, but it will take some time for the files to come in. The captain of the Razor's Special Operations Squad told me this might be a settlement of a group of arcanists who have been long cut off from the world. Unlike other unregistered arcanists, these people chose not to live alongside the humans. They still lead an ancient arcanist way of life and follow the old customs. We must be meticulous when getting in touch with them.
So basically, our old arcanists speak in a really strange way. Okay. Good to know.
But they used modern mathematical terms. And that girl talked about Caprica. He was an Indian mathematician active in the first half of the 20th century. I think they are not living in complete isolation. They are still in contact with the outside world.
They just don't go over there.
This place wouldn't be affected by the storm, just like the Elitiao base, Foundation headquarters, and my suitcase.
What do those things have in common?
The travel notes in 1999, Manus Vindictae showing up in Elitiao's base, the storm, or emanation, they must be somehow connected. And we'll find our answer here, I think.
Very energetic, Capitan. By the way, how come nobody's here to welcome us? They wouldn't suddenly decide to detain us all just because we have an irrational number here, right?
The thinking of the irrational number.
I'm with you all the time.
A reluctant figure walks out of the shadows in the corner.
6 asked me to welcome you.
The person that's the hardest to talk to.
Oh, scared me again. What were you doing hiding in the corner?
Because it seemed you were in the middle of proving a conjecture.
A conjecture?
According to the scripture, disturbing others when they are giving proof of their arguments is as sinful as eating beans. I don't want to be bound to the rocks of the Caucasus Mountain and have vultures eat my eyes after my death.
What?
Eating beans? Eating beans is the sin of sins. The biggest, worst, and ugliest crime. People eating beans will never transmigrate. They deserve nothing but eternal punishment.
Okay.
What? Are you serious? Is this rule only for soybeans? What about broad beans, snow peas, chickpeas? And what does it say about other bean-based products?
Beans are beans.
So serious about beans.
You're funny. This doesn't even make sense. By this logic, aren't the coffee drinkers going to rot in hell? I happen to have a box of coffee beans in my bag.
The rockin' pirate produces her treasure and waves a single bean around her mouth, looking for a reaction.
If I put one coffee bean in my mouth, will the vulture get me right away? No way! Whoa, easy, mate. Do you want to get physical? This pirate is not scared of you.
The coffee beans are knocked over. Some restless small figures start to wrestle in the shadows.
That's not fair! The critters are coming to your aid!
This is not good. We need to separate them.
They do not get along at all.
I can't wait anymore! Start me up!
I think that should be good.
Please, listen.
Lights! Peace and love! Peace and love!
My apologies. Don't beat me.
Oh, wait.
They're just little games. Start me up! Left hand up! Now right hand up!
For everyone.
Rock, rock, rock! Change the world!
Ah, they sure are hard. Or have high defense, maybe, or something. Or HP, I'm not really sure. At the moment.
They're just little games.
Huh.
Are you ready to be blinded? Left hand up! Now right hand up!
Whoops. An accident.
Are you ready to shake? Woohoo! Release!
Wow. Huh.
Good thing I have.
Please live up to my expectations.
It's good thing I built my team almost fully.
They're just
Good enough?
little games.
Please live up to my
Let's just get to the
expectations.
end.
Don't worry. Let's have a cup of tea.
And you're a goner. Or not.
Change the world!
You gotta be a goner. Beans, what? Took me a while to comprehend.
Great.
Yeah, apparently eating beans is a sin? Somehow?
Let go! Let go! What are
Is
you,
she
a dog?
biting her?
Ugh, Vertin! Sonetto! Lilia! Get her off me!
Oh.
She's biting her!
What is going on here?
That's what I want to know.
37, let go of the guest's head. Now.
"37 sticks out her tongue and lets go of Regulus reluctantly. She returns to the corner, giving the floor to the rest of them.
Sorry that I'm late.
Were you supposed to be the one that, was supposed to greet us for real?
I'm Sophia, the corrector of Apiron. I will take over from here.
That might be for the best.
Finally! We have an ordinary person here.
Why not me? I don't think you would want to get bitten on the head.
Please, let's talk on the way to the outside.
Finally, someone who speaks normal English that I can understand. I think so far I like Sophia the best out of the three. Boundaries of propriety always tempt daring fingers. It's hard to explain, but I don't mind. I see. If that's what you like.
We believe everything can be translated into numbers.
Yes, clearly.
Things are made up of numbers, and mathematics is the key to opening the gate of truth. It is like the fire that lifts us from the darkness.
I feel
this
like
world may decay in
reminds me
time,
of something.
but numbers will transcend the limit placed for all other things in existence. And if one can take up the challenges and improve oneself with practice, they may clear their thoughts and find out their truth.
As they speak, at the end of the long tunnel, there comes light.
That is, to find out the number of their soul.
Oh, this is more like a place for proper conversations. Broad, open, as vast as the high seas.
Hold your horses, Miss Regulus. If you were to speak of consuming beans again, I will have no choice but to send you into the depths of the sea.
Wait, you were serious?
Fine. I haven't done anything yet.
Miss Sophia, could you please repeat all the taboos on the island? It was too dark in there. I didn't take them all down.
Worry not, Miss Sonetto. I have them all recorded.
How useful! The blue flower shakes in pride, showing the results of her attentiveness.
1. Abstain from beans. 2. Do not pick up what has fallen. 3. Touch not a white rooster. 4. Do not poke the fire with swords. 5. Do not jump over a crossbar. 6. Do not cut wood on a main road. 7. Do not enter the hall in new garments. Enter the hall from the right, and leave from the left. 8. Do not keep swallows around your house. 9. Do not sleep on a grave. 10. Make the bed as soon as you wake up.
What are all these
Leaving no
rules?
imprint
This
of
is
your
so
body.
weird. Sonetta frowns slightly as she intently takes the notes. Yet next to her, Regulus is utterly agape, as if she just saw a killer whale running on the ground with 2 new feet.
What strange obsessions are these? Even the police in London would be less officious.
This is an archaic arcanist group we're dealing with. I assume they have their own reason for these.
But what else are we going to do if we can't pick up the things on the ground? Just let it rot? Oh, this doesn't even make sense.
You are indeed an irrational number.
Oh my gosh.
Huh? What about me?
Though I can't identify the exact number of yours, it's never too hard to tell the number types. Like you are a very typical irrational number. Irrational numbers are disobedient, sometimes unreasonable, and they hardly play by any rules. Just like the non-terminating random numbers following its decimal. These numbers are the floating points, or the noises. People of this type are the random ones whose actions show no pattern whatsoever.
Okay, so irrational or disobedient, unreasonable, don't play by the rules. They are random people.
Disobedient, unreasonable, never play by the rules.
So that's what their judgment is based on.
Oh, she even gets the rock and roll part right.
Stop pulling my leg. This pirate will not so easily be defined. What about you? What's your number then?
I'm still learning. My time to reveal my number has not come yet.
Oh, you don't know? Well, I can help you with that. You are an irrational number 2.
A little crystal green ball coming from nowhere precisely hits Regulus on the head.
Ouch! What is this? A grape?
A perfect parabola.
Oh my gosh. Everyone's against Regulus in this island. It's hilariously sad. 37 stands behind them, holding a bunch of juicy grapes in her hand. She seems to be enjoying the moment.
Oh, it's you again. I won't be bettered in a fight this time.
Regulus's face is lit with anticipation. She is well prepared for another fight. But Sophia takes a step forward and stands between them.
37? Shouldn't you be off preparing for the doctrinal meeting?
Six asked me to take care of our guests.
But I'm usually the one who receives the guests. Engaging with strangers might be a little difficult for you.
A little difficult is an understatement.
There's no causal link in these two events. People always bother you with trifles only because you're fine with it.
Do not sleep on a grave, and do not cut wood on a main road. Idleness is the cause of the breakage of one's flesh and soul in the long journey of perfecting oneself. Those who have not yet found their numbers have even fewer excuses to be indolent. Besides, why would you place the head of a guest in your mouth?
She said she's going to eat beans.
That does not justify your action. Come to think of it, is she safe to bite if she had consumed the beans? Wouldn't that make you the bean eater as well?
The right way to deal with this is to throw the offenders into the sea. Let the Gorgon current take them and confine them in the ever-repeating circular motion.
That's terrifying!
Oh yeah! This is the most optimal solution.
How come you didn't think of it? This is one of the most basic set problems.
Hello? Are we done with the chit-chatting? Conspiring to my face to throw me in the sea. Mind you, this pirate's tolerance has limits.
This is definitely gonna be Regulus's villain origin story at this rate. Regulus picks up the grape that 37 used to hit her earlier and throws it at 37 with all her strength. The grape hits 37 on her forehead. 37 looks shocked. Her mouth falls open with horror.
Right in the bullseye. What? What's that look on your faces? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I didn't start this.
Regulus, did you just pick up the grape that 37 threw at you earlier from the ground? Did you just violate the rule of not to pick up what has fallen?
What?
The sound of wings suddenly comes down from above. Oh no. Oh gosh. A few stiff feathers with golden trim drift down like falling leaves. Sophia's expression freezes.
Get down! Abraxas incoming! It will take the offenders with it. A chicken's head and 2 snakes as a feet. What? What on earth is that?
This is not good. They seem dangerous. Regulus, come to my side.
Regulus. Regulus, you're seriously gonna have a villain origin story at this point.
What interesting accident will happen next?
That's a very interesting.
Start me up!
Please.
Lights!
My apologies. Don't beat me.
They're just little games.
For everyone.
Lights!
Goodbye.
The darn poison.
Hey, you will be sorry. Wow.
Well, at least I'm doing more damage to them and it's only one wave. So that makes it a lot easier.
Peace and love! Peace and love!
Ooh, okay.
Huh.
That should be good.
Stars.
Whoops. An accident.
What?
Stop it! They're just little games.
For everyone.
Rock, rock, rock! Change the world! Rock, rock, rock! Change the world!
Oh, the poison.
Don't touch my bag!
I thought it was an academic debate.
This is ridiculous.
Wow. Huh. Don't worry. Let's have a cup of tea. Pitch. Easy job.
Okay.
Just a reminder. Watch your steps.
As expected, your ending was fate.
Mind the machines on the ground. Bang.
Friday. It's happening.
The darn poison. You.
Huh. Wow.
Should be fine.
Please. Listen.
Pitch. Easy job.
Ooh. Wait. Should be good.
For everyone. Goodbye.
Whoops. An accident.
Oh, I survived.
Yes. Great.
Regulus!
The enemy is almost invincible. One of the Abraxes holds Regulus with its snake feet, like an eagle clutching a turtle dove leaving for the dungeon.
Captain! I can't leave her alone. This apple shall follow her.
Apple follows the Abraxas. He looks weak and lonely in the air like a left-behind sparrow.
A toast to Regulus.
No, Lilia!
To her ever-fighting spirit of breaking away from jails, no matter how many times she has been put behind bars.
No!
Luckily she didn't have any beans. May her soul be cleansed in the dungeon.
No! Regulus, you fool!
What a mess.
When in Rome.
Ena eftegramot mima. Simatizete otan enosume dios semia.
Sophia gently touches the brass ruler on her waist. Oh, it already went to the next one so quickly.
Timekeeper, did you see that?
The arcane skills cast by the congregation on this island are very different from those we have seen. Mr. Apple is with Regulus. She won't be in danger for now. Let's follow Sophia.
As they walk, the woods become less dense. At the end of their path, there is a triangular stone statue standing among the trees.
We have wasted too much time on unnecessary matters.
Poor Regulus being called unnecessary matters.
Miss Verton, this is the place you've journeyed to visit. The Hall of Apiron. This is where we share our knowledge of Numa, which is also the storm you've been referring to.
Numa. If I remember correctly, I think I read like a webtoon or something, and it said that Numa meant the soul, or something along those lines. Silence is golden. We do well to possess this virtue. I'm just amazed.
Before
Oh,
you
gosh.
enter the Great Hall, please place your right palm on the stone and swear to it solemnly.
I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. I mean, I am up for good. Yeah, there we go. The girl closes her eyes and begins an emphatic prayer.
I wish to be baptized in the water of Gnosis and be rid of the long darkness of ignorance.
I wish to be baptized in the water of Gnosis and be rid of the long darkness of ignorance.
I ask my tongue to be taken, for it has spoken mindless words, and I shall stay silent for the truth. I choose to leave the fragments of matters behind me and enter the great hall of forms as clean as a newborn. I swear to let matters stay in the world of matter and a form in the world of forms.
Such a long swearing.
I swear to reveal no secrets, or my heart shall be taken by the vulture, my body consumed in flames, my soul trapped in the endless wheel of birth.
Wait, this is a bit, very intense.
Now, knock 3 times on the stone. Put on these ceremonial dresses. That'd be all.
Ceremonial dresses, eh?
Remember to enter the hall from the right and leave from the left. You
Right
are the
to
humblest
left.
audience here, hence not allowed to speak. Please, stay quiet and keep the secrets you heard at heart. I will arrange your meeting with 6 after this.
Funnily enough, the writing is Greek. Huh.
No problem.
Interesting.
Miss Sophia, could you give us some privacy?
Please, enjoy. I have nothing more to say.
She walks away indifferently, as if none of them actually existed before her.
Vertin, are we really going to do this? That oath we have to make to enter the hall sounds vicious.
Yeah, it does seem a little excessive, if you can call it that.
To stay quiet and keep the secrets. It's similar to the training we once received. I can go inside on behalf of Timekeeper.
No, I'll come with you, Sonetto.
But
I can't sense any sign of arcane skill on this stone. The oath is more of a formality than a curse.
The warning is lifted then?
But when Sophia repaired the floor in front of us with her arcane skill, there's no fluctuation of arcane power either. I can't even sense the slightest signs.
Then that means there's a chance that saying the oath will still affect them in some way, which is concerning.
It's either a kind of arcane skills we're not able to detect,
Or
the moment we stepped onto this island,
we've been trapped in a tremendous ritual. That's to say, any arcanum used on this island is only a part of this giant flow. We don't know where this flow is leading us. We know nothing about it. It's too perilous, Timekeeper.
I know, Sonetto. But as long as we obey their rules, we won't get into other trouble. The doctrine of the Aperon is to live in solitude and seek nothing but the truth. In fact, they've never been aggressive towards us.
I think of this differently.
Ooh, what do you think?
Think. The pure-blood arcanist community, the unknown arcanum power, and the obsession with certain knowledge or identity. Sound familiar?
Yet, we haven't spotted any traces of the Manus here.
Manus Vindictae is like the rat living in the gutter. I don't think they will let go such a favorable chance.
Which means we need to find out the truth.
I believe in Timekeeper.
I believe in... I don't know what to believe in. What should I believe in? Do I believe in... I suppose I believe in the Timekeeper. Lilia shakes her hands.
I have 0 interest in this meeting. I'll stay outside to keep a lookout. Take care.
I'm glad that she's at least gonna stay out, because in case things go wrong, it's better to have someone that's out and not taking the oath. There's no time to hesitate. The door already lies before them. Hands on hands, and recite the vows in mind.
I wish to be baptized in the water of Gnosis and be rid of the long darkness of ignorance.
I ask my tongue to be taken, for it has spoken mindless words, and I shall stay silent for the truth.
I choose to leave the fragments of matters behind me and enter the great hall of forms as clean as a newborn.
I swear to let matter stay in the world of matter, and a form in the world of forms.
I swear to reveal no secrets, or my heart shall be taken by the vulture, my body consumed in flames, my soul trapped in the endless wheel of birth.
Ooh, it's kind of creepy. All seats in the hall have been taken.
Fellow brothers, sisters, our quest for Gnosis had suffered 3 unprecedented crises. First was the discovery of irrational numbers, and then the creation of imaginary numbers. Last was the loss of the grand unification of different lineages. The truth was buried, and history was rewritten. But the emanation is not a crisis. Instead, it's our last salvation.
Last salvation?
The supreme existence has once again shown itself to us. The door to the everlasting transcendent world of forms has opened once again. As Numa pours down, things are rewound to the world of light. Everything in the world of matter breaks into pieces, for they are as delicate as a petal before it.
Have fun with the chapter going to bed. Have a good sleep.
We, who have the honor to witness the emanation of Numa, have the privilege to survive the turning of the Wheel of Birth. Because we know the truth. Our survival is destined. It is the beginning of a mission to bring the unseen truth into this world.
His audience responds with a round of applause, but nobody says a word.
Thank you.
The speaker bows in thanks and gestures towards the hall.
The next orator is 37, our smallest irregular prime, and the brightest star of Hermes.
The applause stops. A moment of silent reverence passes. A dedication to truth.
The emanation in 1929 only lasted for 2 days. All methods to calculate the Numa emanation failed. We found no pattern in the occurrence of time reversal. All our efforts in the past 4 years have gone completely wasted. That's the end of my speech.
That was short and sweet. Silence. Long and dead silence. Abruptly, someone starts to clap. Order comes first. The mission matters the most. This is what she has been trained to believe and do.
Regno sereno, intenso ed infinito.
Shh. Who did that?
Uh-oh.
Who broke the silence?
The silent audience all turn their heads and stare at Sonetto. Yet the apparition has gone.
Sorry, Timekeeper. I just...
Don't talk!
Get ready to run, Sonetto. The Abraptuses are coming.
But that was... Oh, my brain's not working. What was her name? I can't remember. What was her name? Yeah, I need to... My brain's not working. The poison needs to be removed with the poison feather. After an allied character kills, the target purifies all poison and erosion from allies and gains immunity for 1 round.
Wow.
Oh yeah, Arcana, thank you.
Please don't. Stop me up!
For everyone.
Rock, rock, rock! Change the world!
Glad it's only 1 round. poisoning.
They're just little games.
For everyone.
Destroy!
Stars.
Woohoo! Release!
Okay, let's destroy this one.
Start me up!
For everyone.
Lights!
Please. Listen.
Poison. No!
Peace and love! Peace and love!
I thought it was an academic debate.
Huh.
Actually. Okay.
Wow. Whoops. An accident.
Eating.
Okay.
As expected. For everyone. Please. Listen. It's happening.
Okay, we still got this.
Huh.
For everyone.
Don't worry. Let's have a cup of tea.
Very close.
Stars.
No! Oh, it's all good. Sacrifice one for the other. I don't know if that's a good thing, but still. Getting there, getting there. Wait, how long is chapter 5? Is it as long as chapter 4? The Pirate's Proof.
Can somebody tell me why I constantly get locked up ever since I've known Vertin?
In the now neglected corner, the rockin' pirate is deep in thought.
First locked up in a suitcase, then a Foundation cell, now this! Ah. Oh, what else could it be if Vertin weren't the jinx?
No, don't say that!
Lads,
Vertin is innocent!
I know what's going on! You got the wrong person! She is the most irrational number here!
The dungeon gate remains tightly locked. The wood made of it wouldn't understand her words.
I'm knocked. What does it say here? Freedom will be granted once the proof is completed. That's to say, I have to prove myself not an irrational number to get out of here. Which is exactly what I've been trying to do, isn't it? Rat!
Her fist smashes against the wooden gate.
Ugh.
drops to a crouch because of the pain.
Captain, maybe you're in the wrong direction. This apple presumes that the followers on this island have a close connection with Pythagoreanism.
Pythagoras? That ancient Greek mathematician? The guy who said something about the opposite side of a right triangle? Isn't he the guy who lives in sometime BC?
Maths is only a part of the Pythagoreans' achievement, but from a more universal perspective, they are a mysterious group of scholars. Believing things are made up of numbers, venerating integer numbers, abstaining from beans, and the religious collective lifestyle. These are all pointing to Pythagoreanism.
Really? Oh. I learned something new, I guess.
The earliest Pythagorean school perished because of the discovery of irrational numbers, which explains their odium of it. At that time, a deviant student named Hippasus discovered root 2, and the theories based on the ratio of integers they hold dear were upended. Hippasus himself was drowned in the sea.
What?
This apple assumes they see the integers as the standard of virtue, and people can increase the number they rank through study and self-improvement. Besides, they are convinced that a numerical code is hidden in everything and everyone. Whoever can solve the code can obtain the truth of the world.
Alright! Now I know what's going on.
What is it? Regulus immediately gets off the ground.
This pirate has had enough of this moral standard, which is obviously prudish, backward, and lacks humanitarian spirit. I'm going to tackle the root cause of this misfortune.
Pirate the believer in liberty walks in circles in front of the gate and suddenly starts to pull the loosened strips on the door.
I'm breaking out!
Why am I not surprised? The captain quickly gives the sufficient and prerequisite condition to prove herself an irrational number.
Oh no!
This apple may be able to offer some help.
As soon as Apple puts his hands on the wall, he feels a violent shake come through it.
What's happening? An earthquake?
The sound of birds and beasts echoes into the cell. Chief Mate Apple floats out from the gaps of the guest room, making a thorough inspection. Oh, it's only 20 stages.
All the Braxises are flying in the same direction. Is this their habit, or...
Ah! The roof is about to collapse!
That's not good.
So far, this place has made the London Juvenile Detention Centre a heaven on earth.
Poor Regulus. Fortunately, the scattered rocks were not enough to fill the spacious guest room. Regulus pulls herself together and resumes her prison break once again. Perhaps the collapse made the cell drafty. A cold, gloomy fog descends to the room. The wooden gate, however, stands still.
Oh, is there a piece of paper? Did one of the Abraxases drop this? Strange.
What's the paper?
The unsolvable puzzle. Is this a math problem?
That's so... A equals n plus 4 divided by 10. N equals 0, 3, 6, 12, 24, 48.
0.4, 0.7, 1, 1.6, 2.8, 5.2, 10, and 19.6. 8 numbers in total are listed in this order.
There are 8 symbols below, respectively representing the Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus.
I was thinking that those symbols looked oddly familiar, and then I was like, wait a second, aren't those the symbols used in Sailor Moon to represent the planets? And it was.
Maybe it is a hint that we should fill the symbols in the blank box after the numbers. That sign says to complete the proof. Does it mean to solve this puzzle?
Ha! How unsolvable can it be? Clearly, each of these 8 numbers should represent one planet. We can easily find the missing planet by trying them one by one. And our Mr. Apple here is the king of the Times crossword. Yes?
I think there is a difference between this and a crossword.
Clearly. The mellow red fruit rubs his chin, contemplating the crossword. But they still
In
call
Miss
it
Apple's
crossword
humble
word.
opinion, the ratio of certain numbers should match this number sequence, such as the radius, volume, or rotation period.
Wouldn't the sun be absurdly large if these numbers stand for their sizes?
What was that? A tiny squeak interrupts Regulus's thoughts. Small rustling figures have gathered at her feet without her noticing.
Hey! The underground critters are back! Go away! Don't touch my notes! It's not your food!
Time to beat them.
What interesting accident will happen next? Huh.
Please live up to my expectations, Collins.
Please.
Hey, you will be sorry.
I'm not as worried. Let's see.
Start me up! They're just little games.
Wow.
Left hand up! Now right hand up! Lights!
Pitch. Easy job.
Don't touch my bag!
Next. I do want to do a counter.
Huh. Wow.
For everyone.
Whoops. An accident. Hey.
Halfway.
Just a reminder. Watch your steps.
Please.
One
Mind the
more.
machines on the
there's
ground.
Another round.
Bang.
Start me up! They're just little games.
For everyone.
Lights! Rock! Change the world! Ugh, don't touch my bag!
Next one, huh? Oh, I can't. Then let's just do.
Start me up! They're just little games.
Oh wait. This will be better.
Stop it! They're just little. Are you ready to be blinded? Rock! Change the world! Left hand up. Now right hand up.
Come on, destroy it! So close.
Stop me! They're just little games. Rock! Change the world! Lights!
Beating.
My apologies. Don't beat me.
Die. Oh wait, that was fine. There we go.
For everyone. Beating. Stars.
very close now. No, Regulus! And a die.
I thought it was an academic debate. I've seen your struggle written in the stars.
Hold on, please, Captain. Seems like the critters are trying to tell us something.
Oh. So I guess they're not bad critters?
They are pointing at the sign of the sun.
Is that so? Even the critters on this island know math. The sun. What if the sun is just here to serve as a reference point? I read an IAU's report in the Times 2 years ago. You know, the International Astronomical Union.
You read that?
Earth's average distance to the sun is approximately 93 million miles. As for Mercury, the average distance is 36 million, and Venus 67 billion miles.
How on earth do you remember that?
Let's say if we take the distance between Earth and the Sun as one astronomical unit, then the distance between the Sun and Mercury would be approximately 0.4 units, and Venus 0.7 units. There you go. These numbers are the ratio of their average distance to the Sun to the Earth-Sun distance.
Touched by a flash of genius, she fills in the first 3 celestial bodies. Once cloudy knowledge comes back with precise clarity. Everything both logical and inevitable.
The average distance from Mars to the Sun is about 142 million miles. Jupiter about 484 million miles. Saturn 886 million miles, and Uranus 1.786 billion miles. By rough calculation, and if we round the results to 1 decimal place, Mars would be 1.6 unit, Jupiter 5.2 unit, Saturn 10 unit, and Uranus 19.6 unit.
So we just have one left.
That's weird. All these numbers one can hardly remember have become so clear in my mind.
But if these numbers stand for the ratio of distance, what's the planet for 2.8? There's no planet between Mars and Jupiter.
If the Sun is the reference, we will have one planet missing here. Is it really a puzzle unsolvable?
Aha! Nothing is unsolvable. You are looking at the solution. There must be one planet out there, unknown to us as of yet, located between Mars and Jupiter.
A massive vibration shakes beneath the ground.
What now?
That's what I want to know. What's going on? Wait, did that just... A planet emerges from the darkness. It rises in the air with little warning, shedding a cold gray light. In this damp and dark cave. It's bright, gigantic, and noticeable.
What is this? A celestial body, which I have never seen before.
Captain, this apple has an impression on this. There is indeed a star between Mars and Jupiter. It is called the Ceres, discovered by Piazzi Giuseppe, an Italian priest in 1801.
Ceres? Did we just validate its existence? Is the universe truly arranged according to this sequence? Could this be the ultimate key of everything?
Regulus! Regulus!
What? Someone is eagerly shaking her arm.
What are you doing? Got food poisoning after accidentally eating one of those critters?
Odd. My head hurts. What was that?
Yeah, what was that? A hallucination? All the stars have disappeared. Now there are only cold walls and damp air. Oh, and Lilia, who is looking grave.
I'll make it short. Stanetta is in detention. They're planning to sentence her to death by giving her the poisoned wine.
They what?
Oh no. That's not a good sign at all.
As you can see, this school on the island lives in a box made by the truth. Even if they have a donut in their hands when they are hungry, they still see a topological space. Like the cute ring attached to an initiation toy. It's not food anyways. But if you give them a puzzle, they will enjoy it like the best Kaiserschmarrn. Oh, my apologies. I was not talking about the one you are holding.
It doesn't taste good.
No. With all due respect, that thing in your hand is pretty old. The mold on it seems to come from the 18th century, judging from the smell. I'm sure you know it will make you sick if eaten. But we have to admit, it is not just ordinary mold. It reminds us of the story in which, once, a merchant's son looked up at the night sky and found the answer to the stars for us. The young man firmly believed that the movement of the stars and the sun follows certain laws, just like how the delicate gears in a watch work together. And his point was even proven correct by Zeus's grandfather. When another gentleman observed the sky through the reflecting telescope he took great pains to make, a celestial body was exactly there. What was it called? 19.6. The 8th number in the sequence, the 7th planet in the solar system, and the legendary God of the Sky. If the world was not created by God, are there any theories we can use to explain such a beautiful law? Yes, the one that says it never actually exists. Anyone can see the breach in this number sequence. That is the planet, which is supposed to be the 5th number in the sequence. I mean, how come we have never seen it before, if it does exist? Either God is wrong, or we've been blind all this time. What do you think?
God is wrong. We've been blind all this time.
Yes, such a planet definitely exists, and as expected, it was discovered in the end. Yes, that's the Ceres. It only took that great mathematician an hour to find its orbit through calculation. Oh, what great astronomy! What great mathematics! What great creation! It was a beautiful dream, but it was still ended, eventually, by another discovery. The 8th planet. Not the Ceres, nor the Uranus, but a new planet. People found it through more precise astronomical data and calculation, proving that the number sequence found by the merchant's son was only a myth. Now we are clear of what we've been talking about. It's an unsolvable puzzle. It makes no sense from the very beginning. We found the Ceres because it happened to be there. It is real, and no one can deny its existence. In other words, we can perfectly prove the rationality of mathematics because we invented it. It's been a good dream, I suppose. Now, imagine that you are walking alone in the darkest valley ever, trying to drag your fragile body upward as much as possible before it is worn out. Hoarse cries squeeze their way out of your mouth to ask for a response from the gods. Suddenly, an afflatus dawns on you. The next moment, a miracle happens. You are already at the top of the mountain. witnessing the rise of a huge celestial body from the skyline. Even if it's only in your imagination, you have just witnessed the dawn of the creation. And the shock is real.
We're finally at 11. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I am back. Had to grab some snacks because of all the brain stuff that I had to, I guess, listen. Some pita chips and hummus and a banana because bananas are tasty. But okay, let's move on. Feels like I was hitting the brain. Me too, me too. The perfect shape requires the help of a ruler, a compass, and a set square.
An old admonition is engraved here. Let no one ignorant of geometry or the irrational numbers enter.
Geometry.
37 told me you are the integers. She's the genius kissed by the god of truth. She can see our numbers and has never made a mistake. But I don't understand. Why would you break the silence at the meeting?
Because we saw our sworn enemy.
I apologize, Miss Sophia. I won't defend our behavior.
You may save that apology for later. If you can persuade more than half of the people to vote for your friend's commutation, perhaps she won't be sentenced to death.
That will be hard, wouldn't it?
I have gathered some case files from the past. I hope it will be of some help.
Thank you, Sophia. The scroll is lined with golden trim. Even without knowing what it contains, it is a significant gift.
These files are... But won't you be in trouble for helping us? I have my own reasons.
Oh? Sophia closes her eyes, recalling the ancient wisdom.
Integers are the living example of virtues, the standard of purification. It represents a soul existing in the world of forms, a true being. It is the floating points behind the decimal which dent the process of our overall purification. The evil. The ones who violate rules knowingly. The ones who turn a positive number into negatives. And a civil person, a criminal.
The corrector, who has no number, sighs and looks away.
If integers like you would lose your life over some unintentional mistakes, wouldn't it be a great shame? Besides, I can't stand the idea of you being killed in front of me.
Not rigorous.
37 suddenly shows up behind Sophia like an apparition. Her friend is quietly startled. She speaks no words, only moving a little away from her.
For one thing, we still don't know Vertin and Sonetto's numbers. For another, the fact that every crow we've seen is black doesn't necessarily entail that the next crow will also be black. Even if every virtuous person we met has been an integer, we can't be certain that the next one will still be an integer. Same case for irrational numbers.
You're right, 37. But people always tend to believe that virtuous people are integers. That is what we call belief.
Correct. But not entirely correct. Everyone can make mistakes. Numbers are just numbers. They are not associated with virtues.
Unlike me, you're always right, 37.
I don't know what differs us.
Sophia sighs and shifts her gaze. I feel like she has very low self-esteem compared to how 37 views her. It's very interesting to see the differences between the two.
Will you be at the assembly?
Yes.
Then I will leave them with you. I'm not qualified to set foot in the Hall of Truth. I have done poorly in receiving the guests. I will ask 6 for my punishment after the assembly.
Huh? So you are not coming back to my laboratory? Neither will you help me review the calculation results or sort out the books?
The scripture shall not be challenged. What's more, any students here can help you in the laboratory. It doesn't have to be me.
37 is disappointed. She lowers her head and kicks away a tiny piece of rock.
Had I known, I would have let someone else welcome Vertin and her friends. Like 210. He loves to brag to young ladies so much that he would take the punishment willingly, right?
I see. I didn't know he was like that.
You were that someone else who was assigned to receive them in the first place. If I hadn't stopped you in time, how much longer would Regulus's head have stayed in your mouth? Not to mention what happened last time, and the time before that.
But the fact that I have messed up all the receptions before doesn't mean I may excel in the next one. The chances of messing up the first reception and the 100th reception are the same.
Whatever you say, you little sophist.
She puts down the file and leaves in a hurry. 37 looks sad. She's a nice person.
Everyone says so. But compliments won't help her find her number.
37 drops her head, but soon her face is lit with an excited smile again, like a child who has found a piece of candy.
So, Vertin, are you ready for the debate? Does that mean you will help us? Of course. I don't want to miss the chance. What chance? The chance to see your numbers. There's no greater knowledge than the knowledge of oneself. And there's no more exciting truth than the truth of oneself. I can quickly tell which types of numbers you are, but it requires proof to know the exact number of your soul. I want to know the answer before you see your own numbers. So it's 37 who proves it, not Vertin. I'd be glad to give this chance to you.
37 turns down the corners of her lips discontentedly.
That's boring. Let's go, Vertin. The assembly's about to start.
I'm relieved that 37's gonna help us out, though. Between the jar and the seat, it picks up pebbles one after another. In pairs and dozens, the Apeiron believers enter the venue. The plaintiff and the defendant are also seated. Are you alright?
Don't worry, Timekeeper. I'll defend myself.
She sounds tired. She looks pale, but she is gazing steadily at the front.
Back in the Foundation, I once won a public debate of a similar nature. This is my duty. I won't let it get in the way of the team's investigation.
Sonetto.
Sonetto lowers her head in silence, then sets off resolutely to the center of the hall. This scene is all too familiar. Inside the hall, a judge sits in authority.
By our tradition, Miss Sonetto will be given the poisoned wine, so she will be muted and stay that way forever. However, Sophia raised her objection against the decision. After giving the matter some discreet thought, I have decided it is necessary to hold an assembly and take care of it democratically. Those of you who agree to the death sentence may remain seated. Those of you who wish to commute Miss Sonetto's punishment, please put your pebble into the pot in the middle of the hall. Now, Miss Sonetto, Miss Vertin, you may defend yourselves. Until the sand in this hourglass falls to the bottom.
Isn't that too little of a time? Truly, this is a formidable war. Relax and take a deep breath. Do as the training taught you.
I am Sonetto from St. Pavlov Foundation. I wish all the honorable audiences here would lend me their ears to hear my defense as a humanitarian gesture.
What number are you?
A sharp question is thrown at them from the auditorium.
Defendant, the court requires an answer. What is your number?
What? Me? No, I don't have a number.
Don't waste our time. People without a number cannot stand in the Hall of Truth. All her words are void. Sentence her to death now!
The crowd mumbles approval. The judge knocks at the stone bell.
42's argument is valid. Defenders, what do you wish to contend?
What? It's valid?
Sonetto's face has gone pale. What she has prepared, formal justice, procedural justice, or the training she had, simply has no effect here. This is a new territory.
Objection!
A petite figure stands up from the auditorium.
According to the record, the last time we inflicted severe punishment was in 1980 to a visitor who ate beans.
he ate a carbuncle that feeds on beans. Then he was sentenced to death according to the said theory. In our scripture, eating beans is the most evil sin, which undoubtedly fits the most severe punishment. But if we are now executing people for breaking the silence at the assembly, how would it reflect our attitude towards the consumption of beans? Has the latter become less sinful?
Oh, there we go.
I suggest Sonetto's punishment to be commuted.
The crowd start to clamor.
A good argument.
37's argument is deemed valid. The debate will continue.
37 sits down, feeling satisfied. Then a tall man languidly stands up.
Objection. The punishment for eating beans is to throw the offenders into the Gorgon current, while the punishment for the silence breaker is to drink poisoned wine. Among all the punishments we have, there's no other punishment more dreadful than being thrown into the Gorgon current. Because eternity and infinity are the two things we have the least knowledge of, which makes them the most ghastly punishments among all. Giving her the poisoned wine doesn't make the consumption of beans less sinful. Her argument is invalid.
The objection comes quicker than the knock on the stone bell.
Objection! Both of the crimes would fall into the same category if we are taking the punishment as a frame of reference, which is death.
Objection. The two crimes in question are not commensurable, which makes your comparison invalid.
Circus court, divide them all by 0. The debate is heating up. The crowd is becoming restless. More and more pebbles are thrown into the pot.
What's this? I'm completely lost in this irrational debate. I see.
So that's how it works.
Timekeeper?
Relax. I will help you.
Calm down. Raise your right hand. This is just a debate. It's not about reality. It's not about justice. And it's not about reason. It's about winning.
I object.
Seems good.
I'd like to start by quoting 42's first argument. People without a number cannot stand in the Hall of Truth. In that case, it's not possible for Sonetto to commit a crime in the Hall of Truth. Because she can't even be in the hall.
What?
Good point, Vertin. This is our chance to out-argue them.
That's true.
For everyone. Please, listen.
So much damage.
Goodbye.
Okay. We're still good. We're still good.
Stars.
One down, 2 more to go.
These are merely clumsy sophists. We've all seen her break the maxim.
Objection! What you see cannot be submitted to the court as a transcendental fact. It's nothing but the fragments of the phenomenal world which can't be used in your argument.
Objection sustained. Please, ladies and gentlemen, keep the debate logically consistent.
Since Sonetto has no number, and a person without a number does not exist before the truth, Sonetto thus didn't offend your truth. She didn't break any rules.
Okay. Now it's our turn.
For everyone. Goodbye.
Okay.
Please, listen.
Should be fine.
Stars.
Last one!
Objection! The rule breaker has a number. We can all tell that she is very likely an integer. Therefore, she should be identified as an unknown number, not void. Your sophism has failed.
42's argument is held valid. Is there anything else you'd like to add, defendant?
Tell you a secret, 13?
What is it?
We would call criminals negative numbers.
I got it!
Okay, let's see.
For everyone. Please, listen.
I'll survive.
Goodbye.
Survive.
Oh, no, it's too far-fetched.
Relax, 13. You know what to do.
Yes, we got it.
I can't wait anymore! Stop it! They're just little games. Left hand up, now right hand up. Woohoo!
Last
Release!
and done.
It is easy to prove Sonetto's innocence. According to the law of the excluded middle, Sonetto either committed a sin or committed no sin. The two statements cannot be both false at the same time. Since we consider a criminal as a negative number and a non-criminal as a positive number, Sonetto at present is considered an unknown number. That means she doesn't belong to the criminal set or the non-criminal set. She did not commit a sin and did not commit no sin. It's a paradox. I hereby demand to modify the criminal sentence that has been given to Sonetto.
Yeah!
Hooray!
Not bad, not bad.
The law of excluded middle. A good sophism. Good for you to create a paradox from one sentence of my argument. But pitifully, you've made a fatal mistake. You've taken my argument as the basis of your defense. I said people without a number should be expelled from the Hall of Truth. You don't have a number either, Miss Outsider. Based on my argument, which has also been approved by you, I argue that all your arguments are invalid.
That's not good.
There's no time left.
13 has a number. I saw it.
Oh, 37 at the rescue.
What? 37, do you know what you're saying?
Yeah. I read her number. Just now. 13's number is 0.
What? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I feel like it could be good, maybe, but at the same time it could be bad. A splendid debate between numbers.
It could be found. Intersect and divide. How troublesome.
Ow.
Given that, it could be found. Intersect and divide. A perfect final demonstration. Time to check my calculation. Welcome
so
to
strong.
the world of numbers. Huh.
Last.
A perfect argument. It could be found. Intersect and divide. Uh-huh.
So fast. Yes, yes, the deserved victor.
Come closer. That's right. Take a few more steps and immerse yourself in the shadow, including that hat. You don't want those good ears to hear this private conversation. That pad of paper from the miss, yes, the one wielding the ruler, is quite valuable. I can tell it is of a certain age and records quite a lot of anecdotes. One visitor to the island took out a baguette from his luggage. To share it with others, he made an attempt to parcel it off. Another visitor fell to the ground and happened to sit on a quart measure and break it. You can learn the punishments for them from the paper. The former was thrown into the sea, while the latter into the further sea.
So basically everything's going to the sea. That's basically what it is. I think they don't know what that means either, because technically 0 has no negative partner and you can't apply some math rules to 0. That's true.
Only God knows how this wine-dark sea holds so many visitors.
Perhaps they can also resort to the debate.
The debate? That's really a pain in the neck for that logical, pragmatic assistant of yours, isn't it? People always tend to mark what they can't figure out as arcanists' doings, as if things would make sense once they do so. But it won't change the fact that the debate is only a game involving sophistry, improvisation, and straw man fallacy. So what makes it superior to beans, if the form is what they are really after? Anyways, whoever fools the others first will win the game. No arcanum at all. And that argument of hers is the best attraction for the audience. A special number. A 0.
The boundary between positive and negative numbers, huh? Perhaps infinity is a better choice.
You are neither positive nor negative, which means you don't belong to either side. Now, imagine one side as an orderly line and the other as those wandering around. The wanderers can smell the abnormality in you, and of course, no one in that line sees you as one of them. In a restaurant, fruits are served without the seeds, but in a farm, the seeds are retained for the next harvest. Is there any value in the seeds? It depends on what you see when you look at them. The moment you realize that, you have come to the crossroad of fate. Now, back to the number we just talked about. Oh my! It's the prediction of your whole life. Can you believe that?
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
You owe that spirited little genius a thank you. By the way, what do you see in her number?
A clever trick, a number 37.
Yes, of course. 37 is larger than 0. But it's not so stable as 0. These prime numbers, they are just hard to divide, because they have very few things in common with others. That's why she's always so energetic, highly and solely focused on what she takes an interest in. She has nothing like the characteristics of the ones you know in the Gray and White House. Those people are proud of themselves for having kind-hearted factors around them. As their teaching goes, it's always dangerous to be unique. But some look up at her again and again, exactly because they can sense the danger in her.
Danger?
You are also a good example. You've been looking up, haven't you?
Maybe. Maybe I haven't. Or maybe I am. Neither biased nor neutral, neither positive nor negative, neither excessive nor deficient. There's an outbreak of muttering among the white robes. Even the solemn judge stands up.
37. You just said Vertin's number is 0. Do you know what it means?
Very clearly.
Would you be able to submit proof to a Peyron?
No problem.
Half of you in this hall have put in the pebbles. If 37's argument is found to be true, every argument Vertin has spoken in Sonetto's defense will be deemed valid. Sonetto will be exempt from the punishment. I will announce the result once 37's proof has been validated by a Peyron. Thank you for your time.
They bought some time. One after another, the Peyron followers leave the hall. The Hall of Truth returns to tranquility. Sonetto slowly sits on the floor in a lackluster manner.
Sonetto! Timekeeper, I'm so sorry. I tried my best, but still I couldn't understand the debate.
Sonetto's the type of person who really shouldn't go into politics and things like that.
I failed again.
No, you didn't fail. It's just not to your strengths. Her face becomes abnormally pink and her breathing becomes fast and shout. Wait, she's sick?
What happened to her? Come here, little girl. We need to move her outside. Lie her down on the ground and wipe her palm and feet with dew and peppermint oil. That would be okay.
Her physical signs are becoming more and more stable.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The distinguished number 0.
The man shrugs his shoulders.
I'm kidding. I'm 210. Well, instead of the number, I prefer people call me the rhetorician.
I've heard your preachment. Pretty demagogic.
The man nods, looking amused.
That's how logic works. With logic, I can prove that you'd cease to exist in the next moment, or that there are no other people in this world except me. Achilles can never outrun a tortoise, and a flying arrow is forever motionless. This debate is nothing but meaningless wordplay. That pacifist let you off this time. 6. A perfect number indeed. For he knows the benefit of reconciliation. Who wants to have blood on their hands and be devoured by the cycle of hatred? Yet it's a torture for any intelligent mind to hear such an immature debate. Can you feel the suffering of our leader now?
I'm sorry.
210 gives her a triumphant smile.
No apology needed, Miss Outsider. I also feel sorry for your pain, given that 37 has revealed your number.
What do you mean?
37. Our evil little genius. The most cunning star of Hermes. She's been having fun revealing others' numbers for a long time. Our numbers are our essence. And it's also the most important proof we get once in our lifetime. But she enjoys taking that opportunity away from you. Just because her talent allows her to do so.
Oh. I mean,
she did that to her friend, too. She found out Sophia's number.
Wait, what?
But without casting an eye on that paper with her number on it, Sophia threw it into the sea. Sophia is Sophos. But you I pity you.
It doesn't seem like trouble to me.
Alas, poor little Vertin. You still don't understand. The number of our souls suggests our fate. It might be changed through algorithms temporarily, swirling, shifting, or transforming alongside other changes occurring on the coordinate axis. But in the end, we can only be ourselves. 1 is thought. 2 is opinion. 3 is wisdom. 4 is strength. 5, enthusiasm. 6, harmony. 7, order. 8, philanthropy. 9 is restraint, while 10 is completion. 0, however, is in the middle of the axis, the origin of the frame of reference. It's neither positive nor negative, neither prime nor composite. Things are ever changing, but you stay the same.
But that's accurate, isn't it?
Your loneliness also lasts forever. This is your fate. Being exposed in full view of the crowd, yet you know nothing about it. 37 was acting on impulse. Yet she opened Pandora's box. She leisurely reveals your fate. That carefree behavior makes no difference to picking up a shell on a beach. How could I not pity you?
The man waves his hand and walks away. Yeah, it is pretty accurate. It makes me feel very sad for Vertin. The air is still...
Miss Vertin.
Oh. The leader stands in the dark.
37's proof has passed the review. Your friend will now be exempt from the punishment for violating the rules. However, she has to take some catch-up lessons on the scripture. Please, meet me at the hall tomorrow at noon. I would have words with you.
This whole number thing is very intriguing. He declares that the old standoff must end. In this life, there are 3 kinds of men, just as there are 3 sorts of people who come to the Olympic Games. The lowest class is made up of those who come to buy and sell, and next above them are, darn, so fast. Those who came to look at science, true philosopher from the Wheel of Birth, John Burnet, early Greek philosophy.
Before this negotiation begins, I wish to tell an allegory to the 2 of you. A group of people were imprisoned in a cave. Behind them, there was a fire. Before them was a tall, solid wall. Their legs and necks were chained and fixed, so they were constrained to look nowhere but to gaze at the wall in front of them. When they dropped their eyes, they saw their own body. When they looked up, the flickering light of the fire fell over them, and they only saw the shadows of what was passing behind them. No one had lived one day outside the cave. The shadows cast on the wall all there was to be perceived as reality. They had no knowledge of the real world. One day, one of them escaped from the cave, walked into the light, and saw the true world with his own eyes for the first time. Everything he saw or felt in the cave was nothing more than a mere shadow of the object's true form. Our world is a poor one, Miss Vertin. The phenomenal world is the cave in this allegory, where we are surrounded by shadows or some humble fractions of the truth. It is ugly, frivolous, filthy, perishable, subject to decay, and filled with hollow desires and meaningless struggles. Only the wise can walk out of that cave and see the world as it truly is.
An old parable about the inability to see the whole picture. I wonder if the wise that they're talking about is Vertin.
In that eternal, transcendent world, everything is in its most perfect form. I pray that you, Miss Vertin, the representative of St. Pavlov Foundation, and you, Miss Arcana, her counterpart of Manus Vindicte, would pay heed to my words.
What?
Everything you've been fighting each other for means no more than some fragments of phenomena to us. There's only one thing worth doing. That is, to seek higher wisdom, develop one's virtue, and achieve greatness in life. We have never set foot on the soil dampened by the storm, nor have we ever been involved in the disputes brought by the torrents of time. I beg you, do not take your conflict in the phenomenal world into the realm of truth.
For certain.
What in the...
It was never my intention to sully the sanctuary of truth.
Then, to prevent a situation like this from happening again, I would like to ask you two to carve your names on these 2 stone bangles and drip a drop of your blood on each of them. Once the bracelet is put on, no one will be able to remove it. From now on, as long as you're on this island, none of your people will draw blood from one another, or the bangle shall draw all the blood from you. The peace agreement is so decided.
Dang. Arcana stretches out her hand and gently takes a bangle.
I appreciate that. I'll sign it.
The leader gives a slight nod. He looks out from the table and simply strides away. The bangle feels real in their hands. It certainly possesses some sort of power to fulfill the bloody pledge.
The peace agreement.
Someone is approaching. Yes, she is still here from the beginning to the end.
Lady Vertin, we meet again.
I don't know how I feel about meeting you again.
I wish the best to thy friend.
Don't call me friend.
She's doing well.
Oh,
thanks to you.
You're asking about, Sonetto.
You're most welcome. Thou shalt quench, for times hath changed. I would not wish to shed even a drop of Arcanist's blood in vain.
But Schneider should be the victim of a merciless bullet?
Vertin, my pitiful child. Did you forget? That merciless bullet cameth from a gun never belonging to me.
What's Manus Vindicte's purpose to be here?
Hearken the archaic wisdom. Just as thou doest.
The stone bangle is hot, almost scalding.
I am not surprised. I adore thy visage, Lady Vertin, emotionless in the storm. Alas, no man shall bravest the storm and live, including thee.
Her words sound as harsh as the winter gale. An emotion suddenly comes. It's raging like a bushfire. It soon gets tamed down.
A wooden box in the Elitiao's base has my name on it. Was that your doing?
Sadly, it wasn't. I hope thee findeth the answer satisfactory.
Then who could it have been? The figure of Arcana disappears in the night. The stone bangle at the wrist becomes subtly heated.
It's burning.
Something is slithering in the woods nearby.
Is that Miss Arcana? Miss Arcana, please, don't go! Save us! And save us!
Two wary figures run past Burton. They are chasing after their leader desperately, as if they are running away from some horrific monsters. Following them, a petite figure rushes out of the woods.
No! Come back! Come back! You ignorant foreigners! I just started introducing vectors and matrices, and that's the most interesting part! Burton! Great! You always show up at the right time and right place! Stop the masked people! Whatever it takes!
No, if I do that, then I might accidentally perish, you know? That doesn't sound nice to deal with. Weaker, huh?
Silence.
I guess that should be fine.
Interesting accident will happen next.
An eye for an eye.
Wow.
For everyone.
Pay for thy sins with thy blood.
Please live up to my expectations, Collins.
Please don't.
My apologies. Don't beat me. Huh.
A tooth for a tooth.
Don't worry. Let's have a cup of tea.
Goodbye. Please don't.
An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth.
For everyone.
Gotta make sure.
The law is above all else. Pay for thy sins with thy blood.
Ow.
An eye for an eye. Off thou go.
This should be good.
Noble or lowly, thou shalt make an atonement for thy sins.
Injured. Okay.
An eye for an
That
eye.
should be good.
Goodbye.
Pay for thy sins with thy blood.
Please don't.
Hey, you will be sorry.
Oh no. Come on, healing.
A tooth for a tooth.
I guess that should be fine.
Noble or lowly, sin shall be
Stars.
Be destroyed!
Resistance is futile. Resistance is futile.
I'm about to perish.
An eye for an eye. A tooth for
Wow.
a tooth. Feeleth pain and knoweth regret. Noble or lowly, sin shall be punished.
No! Healing.
An eye for an eye. Off thou go.
For everyone.
Noble or lowly, thou shalt make an atonement for thy sins in full.
So close. I think there was one more.
A tooth for a tooth. An eye for an eye. The law is above all else.
Please live up to my expectations, Cogs.
Pay for thy sins with thy blood.
My apologies. Don't beat me.
Okay, that's not a problem.
Just a reminder. Watch your steps. Mind the machines on the ground.
Please.
Close, close.
Wow.
A tooth for a tooth. Feel its pain and know its regret.
Done? Yeah.
Using troops.
Oh, look at you. Climbing out of the cave in the allegory, all dusty and dirty like a little savage. They must have tried to fill your little brain with long preachment. But you should feel lucky, because at least they didn't give you a quiz right after that. Oh, how modest you are. Looks like you didn't spend all your student days catching tree frogs. Try to reach the corners of your mind, if you would. And there you will find another bunch of people standing in front of a stone table. Yes, those people in gowns. White gowns with gray diamond patterns. One of them was standing on the stairs, gathering all the little vacant eyes to his side. What was he called? Give me a second. Teacher, instructor, tutor, the educator. Just titles like that. No names at all. No one gets to write down their names on that banner, after all. But they have nothing to complain about. You know what they say? What is reasonable is real. That which is real is reasonable. They showed you a broad avenue in their teachings where you could enjoy a sense of security with all the solid ground, convenient automobiles, and warm sunshine. And at the end of the avenue even lies an inspiring mission, to which you are expected to devote your whole life. There is a distinction between good and bad here, and it's as clear as our innate sense of right and wrong, like a floor of black and white tiles. Any stains on it will be noticed immediately. But in fact, there exists another path in the woods. It's much less traveled, leading to the unknown darkness which cannot be seen with eyes or proved false. You may even experience indescribable chaos and madness there. This path, however, has an excellent view, and it's one of a kind. The plants are thriving with bursting energy, and the flowers are blooming in a delightful atmosphere. So, which will you take?
Perhaps the avenue. I'm interested in the path. Which one? Interested in the path.
Oh, that's not an easy choice to make. This grandma must give you a round of applause. I would have even pinned a boutonniere to your suit if I had one. But I have to remind you, those things in there are not easy to deal with. They can drive you insane, and you have to be very careful. You've seen the living proof. Many were freaked out after they came back, and people had to tie and lock them up. Others even dug their own graves. Oh, my. That was a bit over the top. I hope I didn't scare you, darling.
Oh, you kinda did.
Here's some good news to cheer you up. Actually, there's still one more way you can take. It would be a good choice if you want to enjoy the scenery without getting lost in the darkness.
Another way?
I'm sure you know that myth. You shall take the soul of your love out of the underworld, yet you shall not look back. That's right. You shall pass by the sleeping sirens, yet you shall not make a sound. The ones with the belief set off. They entered the dark woods barefooted, yet moved so smoothly, as if they were walking on the avenue. They kept their mouths shut and eyes forward. They never turned back, never picked up what was not theirs, never set foot on the Forbidden Lands, and never looked straight at the sacred greatness. They showed frugality, patience, and wisdom in the face of hunger and danger. So the beasts continued to lurk in the shadow, and the ones with a belief passed through the woods safely, until the path disappeared along with the direction sign. Then the first one to look back gave an exclamation before being exiled.
Is it really reasonable to take it?
Think about what I just said. That which is real is reasonable. Never look back in the woods, darling. If you don't want to be turned into a pillar of salt which can do nothing but wail, then never, ever look back. Yes, we'd better stay awake, stay calm, stay cautious all the time. But then there comes the problem. How can you ignore your love for those thriving plants and blooming flowers? How are you supposed to deal with the unstoppable feeling that overflows like a melody when it is stirred up by the beauty of the scenery? Of course, you will cry the loudest cry, dance the wildest dance, drink the strongest drink, and vomit all the filth inside you. After all, there is no need to enter the woods if the soul-stirring scenery is not what you are after, right?
It doesn't sound like a good way.
No. So you better let it slip your mind, darling. Just let it go and hurry forward. Remember to keep your eyes shut and hold your breath. When you do so, the scenery will no longer mean anything to you, nor will the fragrance of the flowers. You will get out of the woods and reach where the truth lies. Is that what you want? Don't worry. We have plenty of time. You may come back at any time and pick another way.
What's this? A dark, narrow cavern with strange echoes stirring within. It demands token from you and promises a fatal energy. Let's go to the next. Convergent birds. The clamor has ceased. They settle on the treetops, enjoying a moment's rest.
Congratulations, Miss Sonetto. You are the fastest learner of our doctrine among all the visitors in the past half-century. On behalf of all orators, I award you this laurel wreath.
No, I wouldn't have achieved this without your guidance. Those mathematics statements are really inspiring. I've learned a lot. But there's still something confusing me, such as Pythagoras and his golden thigh, his memory of the previous lifetimes as the son of Hermes, and the transmigration for every 216 years. Could you please tell me more about these?
The door is violently kicked open. Two outsiders, heads dropping to their chests, are dragged into the Hall of Truth.
Why would people fail to see the charm of the matrices? This is not right. I need to spend more time on teaching.
I think you need to get better at teaching, that's what.
Anyone, save us!
Thus my journey of art is doomed to fail. I really don't want to study maths anymore. Help.
Nobody cares what they are yelling. As 37 continues to grumble to herself, the two men are dragged into a different room.
Timekeeper, you are here.
I heard that you completed all the lessons on the scripture. This laurel wreath suits you well.
Yes, Sonetto keeps her head low.
Timekeeper, I'm sorry. At the assembly, I failed to understand the arcanist's logic. It was totally different to the debates I have participated in. But now I have...
That was not your fault, Sonetto. It is now behind us. I need to tell you something more important. I've signed a peace agreement with Arcana, and the price of breaking it is... death.
What?
So, no attacking.
So Manus Vindictae is also restrained by the stone bangle like we are.
The chief assistant ponders aloud, having already removed her laurel crown.
Yes. She put it on without hesitation. But I don't think her purpose would be as simple as hearkening the ancient wisdom.
Unlike other stones in the Foundation's collections, why does it just automatically go on like that?
I attacked
Doesn't
Manus
even
followers
finish it.
earlier as 37 asked me to. But I received no punishment from the bangle.
So strange. Just moves on without even me clicking. Didn't even finish the whole sentence either.
Perhaps this island makes its own judgment on what to be classified as hostility. Like it has a mind of its own. Sonetto, do not report this to the headquarters before we figure out how the bangle works.
Yeah, probably best to keep it private for now.
After all, there are many other things to investigate on this island, other than Manus Vindictae.
I see. I will contact Miss Juvis and Miss Muzzle first and keep an eye on Arcana. Timekeeper, this island, the Manus's mask, and your suitcase are all immune to the storm. Does this mean we could collect more asymmetrical nuclide R samples?
I tried to collect some samples last night in the outer region of the island, but the detecting device showed nothing. If we were to find out more, we have to go to the center area.
What are you conspiring now?
Ah, Sophia, why are you just popping out of nowhere?
Do not poke the fire with swords, and do not jump over a crossbar. The assembly will not be held every time when there's a crime. Please take heed of my warning, and do not overstep the line.
You should tell that to Arcana.
Learn a lesson from them.
Behind Sophia, two gray-coated figures appear. One disheveled and the other covered in soot as if they had just survived an explosion.
Lilia! Didn't you say you have Regulus with you safely?
Apologies, Vertin. I was going to rescue Sonetto through a very creative underground tunnel. But things didn't quite go as planned.
Regulus shimmies in a dance-like step, trying to shake off the dust.
Not a bad innovation for a simple clap on the forehead. If only you didn't miscalculate the location of the explosion.
This apple is grateful that it didn't get blasted into a puddle of apple jam.
Apple jam.
Warning. Shell cleaning required. Warning.
I don't know why, but when I was in that cave, ideas kept flooding into my head. Though, judging by the outcome, they weren't all good ideas.
Sophia puts her head on her forehead. Must be hand, not head. Sophia puts her hand on her forehead, looking extremely fatigued.
On a routine patrol, I found them trying to break into the cave. I'm not surprised that an irrational number would try to trespass on forbidden grounds. But you two? The integer and the fraction? What were you doing with her? This is a serious crime.
Life has suddenly become a lot more difficult.
Do we have to go through this debate again?
It's okay, Timekeeper. I will defend Regulus.
Oh my gosh.
I've thoroughly studied the scripture, and this time I'm sure I can do better.
Forget it.
Sophia mutters to herself.
Forget it.
It is unwise to waste time trying to understand an irrational number's motive. Besides, we should let the reckless take care of the least important matters.
She gives them a smirky smile.
That's it. Regulus, you will come with me to clean the beach.
Huh? Me? Again?
I mean, you did mess up, so...
Since you have too many floating points, words of discipline would not work on you. We would have suggested you study with the rest of the students here. Abstain from eating meat, bathe in cold water, rise with the Apollo star, study our doctrine, read the scripture aloud on the beach.
She probably hates
so
that.
as to remove your floating points and purify your soul.
She would really hate that.
What? I won't do any of that.
But taking your peculiar character into consideration, I decided that some compulsory labor would be the better option.
Regulus also smiles in relief.
Oh, that's the best news of the day. I'd rather clean up the rubbish on the beach than be surrounded by people giving sermons all the time. At least the rubbish doesn't talk gibberish. I'd be dead if you didn't change your mind.
Regulus, studying the scripture is not that scary. They will teach you and guide you until you take full command. Just like taking lessons at school.
Huh? Is that what schools are like?
Haven't you been to a school, Regulus?
Haha! A great pirate would not remember trivial matters as such.
So basically she hasn't gone to school.
So, where were we? Which part of the beach needs to be taken care of by the great captain?
My laboratory.
Whoa! Where did you pop up from?
37 blinks her eyes emotionlessly and entirely ignores Regulus's complaint.
37. Aren't you supposed to preach to the visitors?
I've seen their numbers. A group of negative repeating infinite decimals. They will achieve nothing but to repeatedly step in the river of mistakes. I gave up on them.
I guess that's a good thing to the Manus people.
Fine. Those of you who are complicit in breaking into the cave will also be sent to labor. Sonetto and Lilia will come with me to patrol. Regulus, you can go clean the lab. As for Verton, you will assist 37 with her study of the emanation. Don't waste more time on the trivial matters of the phenomenal world. Integers. That was the sole reason you were on this island, was it not?
Sophia turns around and leaves. She stops a few steps away from them, silently urging the patrol team to move.
Don't let down your guard. The arcanists on this island are not as easy to deal with as you imagined. Down in the cave, I heard some pretty alluring and intriguing anecdotes.
Miss Lilia, this way. You will cover this area.
Stay on the radio.
The flying witch waves her hand and departs for her new job determinedly. Sonetta hesitates for a brief moment, then quickly goes after her.
Don't worry, Timekeeper. Lilia and I will keep an eye on Manus Vindictae.
We are counting on you, Sonetto. I have a feeling we are coming closer to a big secret.
What could that secret be? I'm so curious! The masked heads want to escape from the classroom of truth again. Stop them! Help 37.
Me? Did you find something?
Wait! I have to hide the records first!
Thought I clicked on her.
Silence.
Cool.
Interesting accident will happen next.
Start me up!
For everyone.
Woohoo! Release!
Meeting.
Don't touch my
I
tag!
hate poison.
Huh?
They're just little games.
For everyone.
Please live up to my expectations, Collins.
Lights!
They sure are hitting hard.
Start me up!
Wow.
Woohoo! Release!
Goodbye.
Hey!
More.
They're just little games.
Goodbye.
Woohoo! Release!
Gone.
Leaving.
Start me up!
Huh.
And
For
goodbye.
everyone.
Left hand up! Now right hand up!
They will eventually understand the beauty of mathematics. Various scraps of colored waste paper. Great revolution. Begin investigation. Honey bread. No meat. Sound the alarm. Ultimately, there is always more than one weathercaster. Huh, so this is her laboratory.
What?
Very
What am I looking at?
interesting.
So your so-called sacred project is this gigantic IDM computer?
Regulus examines, or no, not examines. Regulus inspects the computer like an expert.
I was curious about them during my stay in Laplace. Those later versions of the model are so much better than the 66 ones. But this one doesn't seem that far advanced to those. This is not a junk piece the man has sold you, is it?
Items of the phenomenal world are all a waste. This one is long broken. After the emanation, we couldn't find anyone to repair it.
Why do you keep referring to the storm as the emanation? What does the emanation mean?
It is the waves of Numa.
Numa.
We are the expellees of the world of forms. We were banished to this damp and dark cave. Everyone here is obsessed with the fake light on the wall, but forgets to look for the truth. Numa, however, will lead us to escape the cave and return to a more supreme realm.
Supreme realm?
Eh? You make it sound like we're living in piles of rubbish.
Aren't we?
Of course not. If you ask me, I'd say you have absolutely no idea how wonderful the outside world is. Because you have never left here to try it yourself. Dr. Pepper, the music festivals, Rory Storm, the Hollies, and the Rolling Stones. Oh, there are too many to count. If it weren't for this sick storm, I would still be riding a motorcycle in one of those races in London.
Your soul must be pretty contaminated.
The insults to her soul.
And the computer, they can calculate extremely large numbers within seconds, better than hundreds of thousands of you combined together.
In the case of numbers, it's not the bigger the better. Also, this computer has never played a useful part in our study.
Come on, mate. You people just leave it in a cave. It's like sending an infant to the kitchen and waiting for it to bring you dinner. Never mind, you'll see what I mean after I fix it.
Regulus mutters as she gets down on the ground and crawls closer to the computer.
Can you fix an IDM, Regulus?
No, but I've seen the Laplace people do it. Shouldn't be too difficult, I assume.
Dang, Regulus! Knowing how to fix things?
Oh, the dust! When was the last time you sent people down here to clean? Oh, some critters are nesting here. Oh, did I break into your party?
Bertin, come give me a hand. They won't let me touch him.
time to destroy them. I guess that should be fine.
An eye for an eye.
For everyone. Meeting.
Feeleth pain and knoweth regret.
Huh. Wow. Whoops. An accident.
For everyone.
Don't worry. Let's have a cup of tea.
A tooth for a tooth. Feeleth pain and knoweth regret.
Stars.
An eye for an eye.
Huh.
A tooth for a tooth. The law is above all else.
Whoops. An accident.
An eye for an eye.
Wow.
The law is above all
Don't
else.
worry. Let's have a cup of tea. Huh. Wow.
I'm glad that I built my team. Or else it would've been
Don't worry.
to get through
Let's have a cup
all
of
these
tea.
babies. Well, sometimes it's been close calls.
Please don't.
The more we see, the more I convince myself they act like some bigots. With all my respect. They're fine.
A tooth for a tooth. An eye for an eye.
I didn't mean to do that.
Noble or lowly, sin shall be punished.
How?
Wow.
Off thou go. An eye for an eye.
Pitch. Easy job.
Thou shalt make an atonement for thy sins in full. The law is above all else. A tooth for a tooth.
Just a reminder. Watch your steps.
The law is above all else.
Find the machines on the ground. Bang.
Goodbye.
Takes longer without Warrior. Well, her counter. Ugh, it's been silenced.
An eye for an eye.
Wow.
Feeleth pain and knoweth regret.
Don't worry. Let's have a cup of tea.
Please don't.
Not a problem. Get rid of them!
Meeting. Stars.
I thought it was an academic debate.
A tooth for a tooth. The law is above all else.
Goodbye.
Halfway. Ow.
An eye for off thou go. The law is above all else. Thou shalt make an atonement for thy sins.
Beat it!
In full.
Oh, just a little bit more. Oh.
I've seen
All
this
worked
flutter
out.
written in the stars.
Green numbers appear on the screen. After getting rid of the parasitic pests, the dusty behemoth begins to miraculously return to life.
You fixed it. It's great to have you clean the laboratory, Regulus. Your floating point immediately reduced.
Oh, is that a compliment? Sounds like one to me. Thank you.
It's a wordplay, Captain. Infinity minus any numbers still equals to infinity.
Oh, fine, fine. I should have given up the idea of changing your eccentric sorting system a long time ago. What's the meaning of humans inventing computers if these machines were only left here for some critters to nest in?
Thanks to you, now we can have a look at the previous models, Regulus. But it's a pity since it only has the data before 2003. Everything in the past 4 years has gone missing.
37's fingers are dancing over the keyboard. She seems surprisingly familiar with operating this computer.
This is our chronology, Vertin. From 1999 to 2007, the emanation has taken place 7 times. In the initial 4 years, the emanation has a pattern. First, it brought us back to the 90s, then the 80s, and then the 70s. After that, it suddenly leaped to the 30s. In the subsequent 3 years, it took place twice.
Every record here can perfectly match what is in the Foundation's files. Wait, these are the records before 2003, you say? But this one refers to the storm in 1966, which happened recently.
These are indeed the records before 2003. What's following the records is our forecast.
That's to say, you prophesied the 1966 storm 4 years prior to its occurrence.
4 years?
How is this possible? That you are clever enough to develop such a precise mathematical model, while at the same time you just let the IDM become the home of these critters.
I mean, I guess.
We just worked out the patterns in the number sequences.
You made such precise prediction even without leaving the island. That's incredible.
37's lips curl unhappily.
You don't need to go into a river to find out the pattern of its flow. Moreover, we would send people to observe in the phenomenal world. My mother was one of them.
What?
She is the co-author of this model. Nobody knows this computer better than her.
So you have a mother too?
Obviously she has a mother.
2?
37. Where is your mother now?
Like many people, she was restored to her true form. Since then, I took over this laboratory.
Oh, so she was affected by the storm?
The form, you said? 37? What is it?
What kind of question is this?
She tilts her head, looking genuinely confused.
The form, or the essence, is what's left of you after all the fakeness has been peeled off.
Okay, yeah, so her mother perished in the storm. It is most likely the soul, or I guess you could call it the essence. Is it the same? It returned as scheduled, yet empty-handed. I thought it's their way of saying she's passed away. Probably.
Now we are listening to the New Year collection. The world-famous painting Mona Lisa was found and returned to Musée du Louvre in the afternoon of December 13th.
How nice to have Miss Radio. I want Miss Radio.
The U.S. Congress passed the Federal Reserve Act on December 23rd, formally establishing the Federal Reserve System. The conflict between Austria-Hungary and Serbia has escalated. Bulgaria challenged the Bucharest Peace Treaty. Tension is building up over the Balkan Peninsula. In London, futurists gathered under Big Ben, celebrating the upcoming 1914.
This is news of the outside world?
One good thing about Miss Radio is that no matter where they are, they can always get the news. Regardless of the time, too.
What about on your side?
Oh, it skipped again. I should probably tell them that there's an issue with that.
Well, I am with Sophia. Arcana's still in the hall. She hasn't taken any action so far. Got it. Please keep an eye on the Manus followers. Be mindful of the restrictions set by the Bangle.
Who are you talking to?
Snetta immediately hides Miss Radio behind her.
Just checking up on Lilia.
Please stay vigilant during the patrol. This is the last place we need to check.
On the white, soft beach, there are several geometrical bodies in different shapes. Some have sunk deep in the sand, while others are still standing unyieldedly. Just like a minimalist art exhibition.
We must keep this graveyard clean. Our dead deserve to be left in peace and undisturbed by the phenomenal world.
Sophia gets down on one knee before a cone-shaped body, dusting it meticulously.
Miss Sophia, you said this is the graveyard?
Her hand quivers a little.
Yes, the geometry graveyard it is called. 4 years ago, my father was restored to a geometric body on his way back to the island. So was 37's mother, who was also on that ship.
Why are you crying, Sophia?
I was wrong. We calculated it wrong, 37. We miscalculated the impacted area of the emanation. We thought the ships would be safe in the Gorgon current, but the safe area is in fact 5 degrees away.
Ooh.
When the emanation happened, the bow of their ship had just entered the safe area. But it was too late. My dad is gone. So is your mom.
I know. But why are you crying? My mom and your dad have come back to us, right?
Have come back? Do you call this coming back? Like this? In the form of geometric bodies? Cold and silent? Being pushed to the shore?
37 frowns, looking confused. But then the corners of her lips turn up. As usual, she works out the answer within seconds. Swift and precise.
No. They have gone somewhere further. Look at them. These geometric bodies. How pure and how elegant.
This is making me feel very conflicted about
I've never
37.
seen such perfect geometric bodies before. If they are not from the eternal and transcendental world of forms,
How should we explain this? 37? I'm going to study the emanation, Sophia. This is the best chance ever. The transcendental world finally opens its door to us. We will reach our hands to the forms and explore the oldest and eternal laws. Will you help me, Sophia? Next time I will definitely make a better calculation. I promise.
Waves lap against the beach. In the fine sand, the geometrical shapes are bathed unyieldingly in the moonlight. Despite the endless tides, they maintain their form, never eroded nor washed away by time. An eternal monument. Sophia lowers her head as if she is trying to cut herself out of the miserable memory.
Thank you for assisting 37 with her research, Sonetto.
No, I didn't do anything. Timekeeper knows the storm better.
You have helped us greatly by just coming onto this island. For all this time, 37 has been locked up in the laboratory, refusing to talk to anyone, nor participate in any group study, since the 2-day emanation in 1929. It is you who helped her revive her interest in other affairs in Apiron.
These are Timekeeper's contributions. I barely did anything.
Sophia smiles bitterly and looks away.
I can't help 37, because I don't see the charm of numbers. I lack the perception that an integer should have. That's why I can't see my own number.
The number's charm? Sorry, I have never thought about this. For me, Arcanum is my inborn mission. If you ask me, you are an unbelievably excellent Arcanist. You can flatten the ground, clean up the beach, and rectify errors.
That's true. I don't know how to feel about their weird math religion. I have mixed feelings about it.
You did it in an efficient and precise manner, which is already an advanced ritual.
Any students who have sworn to knowledge can do this easily. They aren't doing my job because they wish not to waste time on these trivial fragments of the phenomenal world. Because they have seen the truth.
The phenomenal world is never complete. Like you can never draw a perfect circle there. No matter how much time you spend on it or how sophisticated your device is, it is impossible to draw a perfect circle in the phenomenal world. Arrows always exist. The floating points after the decimal can be reduced, but not destroyed. The perfect circle only exists in the abstract transcendental world. Of course, anyone in the world can find out the value of pi through the most primitive method. Egyptians, Greeks, Chinese, and Babylonians, they have all tried. They made circles with twine, painted on the ground with twigs, or measured the land with cubit rods. But none of them actually drew a perfect circle. However different their practices were, they found out the sole truth, the approximate value of pi. Because the essence of the circle is hiding in the imperfect manifestation of it. This is the truth. It is eternal, unchanged, pure, and transcendent. Anyone can reach out to it at any time, in any place, by any means, and everyone will get the same answer from it. The forms transcend all matters.
Her gaze is firm but distant.
The world of matters we live in is being flooded and destroyed by the tides of Numa. When the tides recede, what is left on the beach is the essence.
This doesn't sound right. Let me think.
How come your theory reminds me of the Manus Doctrine?
37. We see the storm very differently. Among all the other things, we saw it first of all as a disaster.
But earthquakes, floods, volcanic eruptions, these are also disasters.
Yeah, that's what they're called, natural disasters.
These catastrophic events happen not because they have a reason to destroy. They just happen in this world. Like we do. This is what my mother taught me. She must be proud that she's a perfect geometric body now.
I really don't know how I feel about her saying that kind of thing. Like, oh, because they're a perfect geometric body, it's all good. Like, I don't know if that's just her way of coping.
I'm sorry for mentioning your mother.
37 frowns.
Why do you apologize, Furton? Are you feeling guilty? This is a very unusual feeling for a number like you.
I don't get it. Why did you say my number is 0?
Oh, is she gonna explain? That would be quite something. Caves cannot shield all rain, nor can paper manuscripts.
I just saw it. The numbers of everything and every being would just emerge in front of me. I see it, and I speak it out loud. That's it.
210 told me numbers imply our fate.
37 frowns more deeply.
Don't believe him, Verton. Numbers are just numbers. I know nothing about fate. Fine. I don't think I like 210. And the feeling goes both ways for us. Because I once said he is a poor number. 210 equals 2 times 3 times 5 times 7. He is the product of all prime numbers between 1 and 10. Looks like he has it all, but he doesn't have any real forte. He likes to sugarcoat himself with metaphors. Only those with a flawed essence would adore the trickery of words.
This is indeed an extreme comment.
And 6 is no better. Every leader of a Piron has been a 6. 6 is the perfect number since it equals the sum of all its proper divisors.
Dang, this girl.
1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 6. But this number has been overrated. He's not that special.
She woke up and decided to insult all of them.
What about your number? What does 37 mean?
I don't know.
She purses her lips.
I am 37. I've known it since I was born. So does everyone else. People told me what it means. But I have never tried to prove their theory. I know very little of fate. So I always think, even if I find out their essences, does it mean I have known them better?
"37 once tried to tell me my number."
Sophia takes a deep breath.
She wrote it down and put it into a bottle, but I couldn't get up the courage to open it. I didn't want to know. I once made a horrible mistake. An unforgivable miscalculation. It makes me worried that I may also be a mistake.
Oh no, don't call yourself a mistake!
So I threw the bottle into the sea.
She stops her patrol and turns back briskly.
This is how 37 is different from us. We are all prisoners of that cave. Only the wise one can find her way out of the cave and return to rescue the rest of us. I'm the ignorant prisoner who sits, and she's the wise one who returns. I will be crushed into dust by the truth, while she will be the star, shining above it.
Yes, she had heard the fable, but never quite like this version. The red-headed girl lets out a sigh, raises her gaze out above the sea at the twinkling night sky.
The truth is like the stars in the night sky. Beautiful, but cold. It has been there long before my existence, and will stay that way long after I'm gone. It sheds no tears for the weak, nor laments the tragic fate. It's forever bright, and always moving forward. The person who avoids the truth is not qualified to study it. I'm sorry. My interpretation has been emotional.
No. I think I kind of know how you feel, Miss Sophia. However unworthy you think you are, there must be something we can do. Maybe we can't reach the core of the truth, but we can clean up the path to it for the future explorers.
Oh, that's a nice way to think of it.
This is our fate.
Interesting insight. I have come to understand why 37 likes you so much. Let us go back to work then. Start from dusting the tombstones.
Alright, I've had enough of these Sol Numa-related idle topics. I want to have a look at your model. Wow, seriously? How did you get this far?
Regulus eagerly pokes her head over, but 37 is faster. She has switched off the computer swiftly.
This model has been proven wrong. For 4 whole years we had been optimizing it. But the emanation in 1929 only lasted for 2 days, which means our calculation was entirely a failure. That model is just like this computer. It's a piece of junk.
Dang.
And this
She
is
gave
all
up
I
on
can
that
present
one.
to you.
37 drops her head, looking sad.
No, it's not junk. I think I know why your model didn't work.
What?
Manus Vindictae has changed history. They accelerated history, forcing historical events to happen earlier than they were supposed to. Thus, the storm in 1929 occurred sooner than it should.
No way!
37 stares at her in astonishment. Her shoulders shiver.
Controlling the emanation. Changing the history of the outside world. Numa is eternal and transcendental. It won't obey any orders given from the phenomenal world. Neither will it change its patterns because of some fragments.
I'm telling the truth, 37. I've been there, in the storm of 1929. Your model was not wrong. You just missed some key information. You've never been to the place where the storm falls, and thus know nothing about the symptoms of the storm syndrome, and the true purposes of Manus Vindictae.
No! That's impossible!
Yeah, denying the truth isn't gonna help with your theory, girl.
Even if there are means to control the emanation, it wouldn't be like this.
Would it, then how would it be?
If this is true, does it mean the phenomenal world, this insignificant phenomenal world, is more transcendental?
Maybe.
Mother's model was defeated by this?
She holds herself with a pale face as if making a tough decision. Eventually she speaks up again with great difficulty.
Vertin, could you give us proof? The proof that Manus Vindictae accelerated history and triggered the emanation.
I swear I wasn't lying.
No, not like this. To prove it in front of Epiron. Go to our sacred place. To the Hall of Truth. In the depths of the cave. There, everyone can see the essence of the world. I beg you, give them your proof, just like how we submit the proof of our soul number.
this makes me a little worried. Okay.
Come here. Place your hand on it. Feel the texture. The craft is one of a kind, not some cheapie you can get from the flea market. I mean it. This is a keeling, and even the most traditional, delicate, and expensive kind. It has applied fiery red as the dominant color, and the stitches are perfectly neat.
Where does it come from?
From the sea, just like you, darling. It arrived with a meerschaum pipe, a glass jar, a pack of sugar cubes, and a child in panic. Both she and the Keeling were born on the land where the craft originated. Their appearances apply the same dominant color, and the patterns in them share similar complexity.
Who is the child?
Oh, your curiosity is aroused. But we are not done with the carpets yet. You've always got to get a souvenir or two every time you reach a new place. So you will have something to show when you tell the stories one day, right? Look at these handmade fabrics. How splendid! Those incredible patterns were the only thing on the craftswomen's minds when they made the carpets. It's safe to say they have spent their whole life improving their skills at using the vertical loom. And that's how we get these carpet knots arranged in beautiful lines. But they are just people like us. What if they get distracted? What if the carpet knots go off the right track and get tied to the wrong threads? Then you will be in trouble. Big trouble. All the problems in the universe will come at you, and the situation will be even worse than the bureaucratic system of a millennial empire.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Can't we do something to fix it? This one.
I like the pragmatic quality in you. I'm sure it will make your life even more wonderful. The people will be impressed and line up to tackle the problems for you. Oh, don't be mad. Some make troubles and others deal with the troubles. That happens. You know, every question has a questioner when they are raised. Likewise, every error has a corrector when they are corrected. That's how we get to know them.
Them?
The correctors, an ancient profession. Their duty is to remove the loose threads and iron out the wrinkles on the carpets. In the language of this island, that is to check the calculations on the papyri and even the holes on the punched tapes. No one is capable of doing this job except the altruists, because it is similar to unraveling a ball of wool. Besides finding the end of the threads, you must always pay attention to the cat.
Cats?
Yes, the cats. They may jump on the ball and make things even worse. And she, the red-haired little girl with the carpet in her arms, was overwhelmed at the beginning. Not yet familiar with the ruler, she tried her best to find the end of the threads. So the cats took the opportunity to jump on her together and left countless scratches on that little forehead. Poor girl. See, that's the problem every corrector has to deal with. Their job is to correct errors. But what if their own existence is also part of the errors?
She's not an error.
Oh, it's no big deal. There is more than one loom in this world. She left the complicated patterns behind and came to this simple kingdom featuring numbers only. There she made the first contact with a spinning loom named Geometry. She had never seen anything like that before, and it was almost impossible for her to comprehend how it worked. She could hardly convert the numbers on the books into an actual diagram in her brain. Without a whole picture of what she was working on, she resorted to her hard work and more hard work. Then a long time passed, leaving one wound after another on her fingers. Later, the wounds even became calluses. In the end, her hands were no longer tender, but tough enough to resist the damage from the loom. Yes, she has won a place on this island for herself.
Oh, I'm happy for her.
Yes, she's a quick learner. She learned even faster than some of the locals. But that was not enough, because she has been outmatched by her playmate, the leading one in the field of mathematics on the island. That girl is like a perfect piece of satin born by nature. It is decorated by the beauty of mathematics and geometry. No manual work involved. In order to reach the showcase where that perfect piece lies, and to stay on the right track and fit into the school, she has done everything she could. But, she is still the most distinctive carpet there. Anyone can tell that as long as they spend some time on the island.
It's not wrong to be distinctive.
Of course not. She's only a bit different from others. So she will continue to weave on the loom until one day the spindle pierces her callus and the fire burns everything to the ground. Shh. I should stop here. You know that mathematician who was thrown into the sea? He died because he said something he shouldn't have. Cut not wood on a public road. Open not an unwanted bottle. I don't know what to say next. I guess the best line for this circumstance is, see you later.
Oh, just found out the interesting fact. 37 is a 12th prime number and the first irregular prime. Oh, the first irregular prime? That is pretty interesting. Refuse quick fixes, door-to-door sales. Flip to the answer pages in the porch that can be reached in only one step.
Wait a second, just a second. Isn't this still the dungeon? Are you setting us up?
She's so unable to trust anyone on this island at this point, because she's been in jail twice.
All caves are interconnected. This is the way to our sacred place.
37, wait. I remember Sophia once told us that trespassing on the sacred place is a serious crime.
No worries. The restrictions were to help us not be distracted by the unimportant details in life. It would not stop us from seeking the truth.
Excellent. I will tell it to the Abraxas when it shows up.
Regulus suddenly stops.
Hey, 37. Are you sure this is the right way? My heart just sank as if I took a bite of those overnight potato chips.
What's wrong with overnight potato chips? Oh, because they're stale.
Are you scared?
Oh, you wish. But when I was exploring underground with Lilia earlier, we ran into some fog like this one. Oh, it doesn't bring you any wanted guests, mind you.
Maybe you were their target because you are an irrational number.
Oh, is that so? You integers will be fine then. Good luck. Don't beg this pirate for help later.
Hold that. Something is coming out.
Oh, that does not sound good. Several strange figures emerge in the fog, staggering over.
Huh? Rooster ahead with two snakes as its feet. Abraxas. That's weird. Why are they here?
They're coming for us.
Ha! What did I say? Don't bet.
Regulus, prepare for battle.
The interruption.
Okay, I know. I was just teasing her.
Regulus whistles and charges towards the enemies with excitement. wrong? An extreme pain comes from the wrist. It's the stone bangle, which is radiating burning heat.
The stone bangle is activated. But they're just Abraxas.
Regulus, wait for their attack.
Do not kill them.
What? What kind of request is this?
Listen to me, Regulus. That's of prime importance.
Fine. If it is of prime importance, this pirate will try her best.
Please don't tell me we have to, we can't attack them. Okay, never mind. I guess that's not a problem.
Wait! I have to hide the records first!
Pacts once formed cannot be broken. The first allied character to take action each round cannot act again until the start of the next round. And takes 30% decreased damage for the duration.
They're just little games.
Huh.
Woohoo! Release!
For everyone.
Please live up to my expectations, Collins.
Don't touch my bag! Start me up! They're just little games.
Wow.
Woohoo! Release!
Whoops. An accident.
Halfway.
My apologies. Don't beat me. Huh. Wow.
Goodbye.
Pitch. Easy job.
Whoops. An accident.
Peace and
Hit
love!
so hard.
Peace and love! Start me up!
Huh. Just a reminder. Watch your steps.
Change the world!
Pitch. Easy job. Mind the machines on the ground. Bang.
Good. Oh no!
I thought it was an academic. Your ending is over, as expected.
Wow.
I should have done that.
It's happening.
Whoops. An accident.
Your ending is over.
Huh.
Try this.
For everyone.
Please live up to my expectations, Collins.
Last one.
Be faithful to the choice of fate.
Wow.
Everything has its cause and effect.
For everyone.
Don't worry. Let's have a cup of tea. Hey, you will be sorry. Just a reminder. Huh. Mind the machines on the ground. Bang.
Done.
Hip hip! Hooray! That's it. I still have 10 more songs to play.
These are not the same kind of Abraxas as we've encountered before. Do they have different varieties?
Wait, where is Miss 37?
Did they kidnap her? The answer comes from a distance.
Hey! Come on, keep up! Did she just take off like that while we fought? Sneaky little. We should leave too, Vertin.
Wait a second, Regulus. Do you sense anything familiar in the fog?
Uh-huh, you bet. This is the first guest room we were put in when we first entered the island.
No, Captain. This apple has the same strange feeling. We saw the rise of Ceres in the same kind of fog. And before that...
That's the same fog as in the Elitiao base.
That is to say... This fog is the cause of our illusion to see the Ceres and the Abraxas' attack.
Don't rush to conclusions. Follow 37 first. Oh, and what's that series you were talking about?
The fog is thicker and thicker, yet the surroundings are becoming brighter and brighter. As if there's an invisible light source hidden in the fog.
I just picked up a piece of paper. Like this, just bent over and reached to the ground.
Regulus bends down and reaches for a flicker of light in the darkness. When she straightens up again, there's a classic manuscript in her hand.
What book is it?
Oh, probably just some math problems left from the critter's breakfast. You never know. Wait, the Compound of Alchemy. The 12 gates leading to the discovery of the Philosopher's Stone. This is that alchemy handbook given to Edward IV by George Ripley. Why is it here?
Look at this, Captain. Of the Great Stone of the Ancients by Basil Valentine. The 112 books by Geber. Emerald's tablet in Latin. Seems like there are more ancient texts about alchemy hidden inside the whole. But they are all incomplete.
Oh, so maybe I need to crack some more crossword puzzles to find out about this.
Our caves endow people with wisdom. Our secret knowledge is hidden in the silent boulder walls.
Without getting anyone's attention, 37 has gone to the other side of the cave.
The knowledge in those books is just a drop in the ocean. Follow me, Regulus.
But Regulus puts aside the manuscript and hesitates.
Vertin, you lot go ahead. Go with 37. I will meet you outside.
You want to read these books here?
The knowledge passed down through language can easily be distorted. Compared to the wisdom of a Peron, it's nothing.
No, I'm not going to stay here. I'm going back. Oh, all right. I might as well just admit that your cave indeed has the power to give people insights. If I follow its lead, perhaps I'll finally work out the answer about that little thing I've been carrying with me. Never thought that I'd find the answer here. Easy as picking up a shell on a beach.
37 stops and tilts her head in confusion.
What? You don't want to get closer to the truth?
Oh, of course I do. And that's precisely why I don't want to get to it so easily. I don't want it to be fed into my brain. Come on, it's the ultimate truth that we're talking about. If someone just tells me the ending of Lord of the Flies before I enjoy the book, I will throw them into the sea as you people do.
Oh.
She suddenly smiles.
I only met 2 people who reject the truth. So this is the mindset of irrational numbers. I see.
Oh wait, does that mean Sophia's an irrational number?
Thank you for being my subject of observation, Regulus.
But 37 has walked away.
Go, Vertin. We have a long way ahead.
Be careful, Regulus.
Don't worry, I know this place well enough by now. After all, I've never been so welcomed in any other place ever.
Seriously, I'm gonna be Regulus's villain origin story at this point.
Critters, monsters, creatures with strange heads. Do you worse. This pirate is not afraid of you.
Bizarre monsters block the captain's path. More Abraxas? Clear the path.
Huh. Wow. Don't worry. Let's have a cup of tea.
Barely anything.
An accident.
That's fine.
They're just little gets. Start me up. Nice! Left hand up. Now right hand up.
Please.
Don't touch my bag!
Hey, you will be sorry.
It's all good. Counter.
Huh. Wow. Whoops. An accident. Don't worry. Let's have a cup of tea.
I thought the cup of tea would end it for that one.
My apologies. Don't beat me.
That's fine.
Huh. Just a reminder. Watch your steps.
Please live up to my expectations, colleagues. Mind the machines on the ground. Bang.
Okay.
Wow.
Stars.
Beat it with the planets.
Please live up to my expectations, colleagues.
Okay, we're still fine.
They're just little games.
Huh.
Nice!
For everyone.
Don't worry. Let's have a cup of tea. Wow.
Are you ready to be blinded?
Time to end it.
Whoops. An accident.
Are you ready to shake? Woohoo! Release!
So close.
This trial is mine to judge. An eye for an
Stop!
eye.
They're just little games.
Pay for thy sins with thy blood.
Now she can return home with peace of mind. The Truth Seeker. Reaching out, we are so close to the answer.
Apiron, the boundless, the beginning of all things. Everything originates from it and returns to it.
It's pretty cool.
Infinity has no start and no end. But nothing would come into existence if there's only infinity. Look up there, Vertin. Now they are presenting in their true forms. In their purest and newest forms.
As like how I
Our
can't even
world
read it
was
fast
born from
enough
the
because
wounds
they
on infinity.
just automatically.
When it's cut by finity, the patterns of the
Go to the
cutting are
next
what
one.
we call mathematics. Thus,
At least my
the
reading's
essences
fast.
of numbers exist inside all beings, and the patterns of all numbers exist in all matters. The length of a butterfly's wings and its body are in golden ratio, and the plant leaves grow on their stems in the pattern of the Fibonacci spiral. This is the most primitive rhythm of Arcanum, and it is also the beginning of our extraordinary study. This is the essence.
And how do I submit my proof?
Close your eyes, Vertin. Only when your eyes are closed will your mind open up. Now, stay fully concentrated and recall the question you want to verify. Only in the absolute contemplation can truth reveal itself to you.
Ooh, it's making me nervous. Close my eyes. The body is tossed up and falls into the eternal silence. Yet the soul is thrilled, celebrating its hard-earned liberty. Oh, now I can finally click. As it rises higher, it sees farther. It transcends the eternal wheel of birth and rises beyond the continuously running wheel of time. From the void to the first existence. From 1 to 2, then to 3. From points to lines, then to planes.
The storm, the emanation, the storm syndrome. Where are they from? Foundation, Manus Vindicte, Aperon. What roles do they play? Why does the storm fall when history trembles? Why doesn't the storm fall into the misty land? What is the ingredient of asymmetrical nuclide R?
All the clues from the past are gathering here. Points make lines, lines make planes, and planes join into the rest. A huge net of mystery.
The world is a dark underground labyrinth. But Numa can guide us to go beyond all things and reach the exit. Vertin, can you see it?
I... It's burning.
What's burning? Your bangle? The stone bangle on the wrist becomes scalding again. Or scalding again. The tranquil kingdom of truth disappears, replaced with endless chaos.
What's going on? Is somebody fighting with the Manus now? What's happening outside the cave?
Vertin, why are you straying? If the meditation goes beyond control, you will be thrown out of here. This would be a foolish mistake. A repair on this is...
Suddenly a voice comes into the mind. Like a strong wind blowing off the candle.
Alas, no man shall bravest the storm and live. Including thee.
"37! 37!
All the heavenly images have gone. In the depths of the freezing cave, the Manus pawns are violently knocking their heads against the walls. By their feet, 37 is lying unconsciously, yet muttering incomprehensible words. The soul stone statue is still in the cave, looking down upon them indifferently.
What happened? Were all those illusions? If it weren't for the heat of the stone bangle that wakes me up, would I go as crazy as they did?
This stone reminds me of the spinning wheel.
Luckily, the leather box is still here.
The collector of asymmetric nuclei are. If the reagent turns gold after reacting with the fog here, that means the fog contains elements that can be immune to the storm.
A hint of gold forms in the glass tube. This has never happened before.
The color changed faster than I thought. The concentration of R is hundreds of times... no, thousands of times higher than in the Manus' masks. In other words, whoever owns this cave can produce the protective equipment of the storm in big numbers. Is that the reason why Arcana is here?
37 rolls over in her sleep.
Oh, Mother, our model. Has it failed? Has it failed?
I need to take 37 out of here.
More insane pawns are charging out from the shadows, blocking their way.
So the Abraxas were people from the Manors. The fog here can affect people's minds, like those around the lake in my suitcase.
Hold up my wrist. The stone bangle is incredibly heated.
Have the Manors found a way to launch attacks without being punished by the bangle? Or don't they care about the price they will be paying anymore?
The danger is close. One must act now.
I hope Regulus didn't throw my words to the wind. I have to get rid of them first, and go out to join the others.
Ooh.
Silence.
Pacts once formed cannot be broken. The first allied character to take action. Okay, got
The
it.
peace agreement no longer works. Or is it safe as long as the contracting parties have no intention to fight? The conditions are not clear. A reckless attack may lead to the punishment of the bangle. I have to be careful with the method and timing of attacking.
A tooth for a tooth.
For everyone.
Oh wait, I forgot first character doesn't.
Feel it pain and know with regret.
Woohoo! Release!
Please don't.
My apologies.
Don't touch
Don't
my
beat
bag!
me.
An eye for an eye.
They're just little games.
Wow.
The law is above all.
Left hand up. Now right hand up.
Whoops. An accident.
Please don't.
Resistance is futile.
Huh.
Start me up.
A tooth for a tooth.
Please. Listen.
Next.
Wait. The body is melting. It turns into a seed. So this is how the Manus fight against the restrictions. They sacrifice one man to feed another.
That's not good. I can't.
They're just little games. Start me up.
Wow.
Left hand up. Now right hand up. Lights.
eye for an eye.
They're just little. Are you ready to be blinded?
Goodbye.
The law is above all else.
Right. Are you ready to shake?
Join them, Regulus. Your music.
Woohoo! Release!
The sacrificed follower has been absorbed by the seed. Is this some kind of ritual?
Feels like it.
In no cave, one can see the form of everything.
37? Can you hear me?
Huh. Wow, just a reminder. Watch your steps.
Okay, third wave.
Don't worry. Let's have a cup of tea. Please live up to my expectations, colleagues. Mind the machines on the ground. Bang. My apologies. Don't beat me. Huh. Wow.
Start me up.
Stars.
The dead followers turned into geometric symbols. Is it because of the cave? So the seed is the form of Manus Vindicte.
The forms transcend all matters.
Is it growing? Ugh. A fruit has been born from their flesh. He
Things
will
are not as
inherit
simple as I thought.
power.
I must make a plan and exercise great care.
Off thou go.
For everyone.
Whoops. An accident.
Pay for thy sins with thy blood. Thou shalt make an atonement for thy sins in full.
No!
A tooth for a tooth. An eye for an eye.
They're just little games.
Wow.
For everyone.
Rock, rock, rock! Change the world!
Whoops. An accident.
Don't die. Oh boy.
Just a reminder. Huh. Wow. Mind the machines on the ground. Bang. Whoops. An accident. Don't worry. Let's have a cup of tea.
Almost halfway.
A tooth for a tooth.
Start me up. They're just little games.
Stars.
Noble or lowly, sin shall be.
Change the world. Lights.
Very close now.
An eye for an eye.
Huh.
Are you ready to be blinded?
See if we can dodge it.
The law is above all else.
Whoops. An accident.
Are you ready to shake?
Come on. Damage.
Woohoo! Release!
Uh-oh. Oh, darn. Oh.
A tooth for a tooth. Off thou go.
Wow.
The law is above all else. Thou shalt make an atonement for thy sins.
Whoops. An accident.
Just need to
Peace and
survive
love.
this one.
Peace and love. No.
An eye for an eye.
They're just little games.
Beating.
Gonna win. Gonna win. What a
Form
relief.
of Manus Vindictae. It's more distorted than I thought. It's all over.
Using troops?
That which obscures the sea, that which engulfs the clouds, comes heavily.
Vertin, finally! The Manus suddenly emerged everywhere like ants. Lilia and I couldn't take them all down. I would have acted sooner if you hadn't told me not to pick fights.
A mad pawn roars and jumps on them, but is immediately being pulled off and knocked out by Lilia. His limbs twitch horribly and his body soon shrivels. I guess I was wrong, it's not 20. 20?
Bleen, all they want is to attack, even if their blood will be sucked out. Insane! Back when we were spying on them, I told Sanetta to screw the peace agreement through the radio. I knew those geometry psychos and the Manus would go mad sooner or later.
It's all good.
They were not that crazy when they were solving the math problems. There! What the hell happened down there?
The cave is the key to be immune to the storm. There is a cave on this island, which has the same effect as my suitcase. That's what the Manus are after.
What?
But hasn't she also put on the stone bangle? Even if she can break free from that bangle, there is no way she'd let her followers keep carrying out suicide attacks. And if she has signed that peace agreement, how will she take the cave from a Byron?
Vertin?
On Vertin's back, 37 opens her eyes. You just need one number for a math religion, 42. She puts out a finger and points it to the sky. In the eternal and transcendental sky, several dazzling flare stars are lining up.
What's that?
The Hall of Opyron is in deadly silence. Only a visitor is still browsing the classic book.
I'm afraid you have overstayed your welcome, Ms. Arcana. I have to regrettably remind you not to overstep the boundaries, despite the great help you've given to us.
I take not thought for needless disputes, but to ask a simple question.
She gently closes the book.
The great philosophers, ye seek the ancient wisdom, follow the sage's teaching, and pursue the noble virtues. You are separated from the world for thousands of years, and you have not gained the human's understanding, nor have you sought for it. I find pleasure in this allegory of the cave. However, hast this been unto thee? That who led us to the exile in this cave.
The flare stars are approaching. They move in an orderly manner as if they are a group of swift...
What are they? I've never seen these before.
This is not good.
Why are they here? These things should not appear on this island.
I knew it!
No! 97, no!
Upon the silent sea, a fleet in black is breaking the waves and sailing toward the island.
Sunetto, did you bring the humans' army here?
I don't think the Foundation would do that. What? That was the end? Speculators gather on the beach trying to dig shiny objects from the sand. Those things don't belong to them. Drive them away.
I can't wait anymore!
Oh my god.
Start me up!
What the heck was that in? Wait, but it wouldn't make sense for the Foundation to bring the human army, especially since Meadow didn't really report anything like that. Wait, could it have been Arcana? I wouldn't be surprised if she was the one that... Actually, no, that wouldn't make sense
They're just little
either.
games.
Goodbye.
Maybe it is the Foundation? No,
Please live up to my expectations.
I don't understand
Left hand up! Now right hand up!
Hey, you will be sorry.
This is not a good situation.
Wow.
Eating.
Hey!
The end was quite... I did not expect that.
Stars.
I actually expected it to end where Burton maybe discovers the truth, but that didn't end up happening, so...
My apologies. Don't beat me.
Start me up!
I hope 37 is okay.
Wow.
Nice!
Please live up to my expectations, colleagues. Hey!
I mean, it would make sense. Actually, yeah, that doesn't
My
make any
apologies.
sense.
Don't beat me.
Peace and love!
This trial is mine to judge. eye for an eye.
Huh, just a reminder.
I suppose one of the ways
An accident.
radio to contact the outside world, because that would be the only way. But if it was Arcana, that would be quite a twist. Because I believe Manus Vindictae doesn't like humans. Or at least they don't think highly of them. They drop the treasure they found in Scatter. So actually it could be the Foundation. Basically fudging up as always. When things don't need to be touched by them. This radio, yeah, that's what I was thinking. With a shake of her head, the little white duck finds the gold crest. I don't really know what this is. Is this a special chapter? It doesn't seem like it's an actual full-on chapter.
Wow.
Oh!
So this is the library in Pertin's school!
So it's the point of view of Sotheby and maybe Juvis?
So many people here. They're probably around my age.
A gorgeous sap green dress jumps into the library of SPDM. Its owner keeps talking in a sing-song tone, like a chirping gold crest.
We've also got this many shelves in the library of Sotheby's Manor. Are there any alchemy workshops and potion warehouses here, like in our manor?
The young lady stands on tiptoe, looking around this place curiously.
Where can I find Miss Bueniche? Madame Z told me to come here, but she didn't give any other clues. The people here really need Mr. Teacutter, who is always nice and warm to the guests. Just twist his teapot ear, then he can take you anywhere. If not so, placing a luck-a-day potion at the entrance would help as well.
I would like that.
If I had made it before I came, Miss Bueniche and I might have met by now. Or she will just hop up behind me. Are you looking for me? Oh my word! Oops, that was too loud. Where are my manners?
Matilda! Sotheby straightens the wrinkles on her dress and gives out her hand like a real lady.
Oh, nice to meet you. Are you Miss Bueniche?
The other girl nods haughtily. Her uniform speaks for herself. It seems to be a historic first meeting for them.
That's fantastic. How did you find me? Did you see me in the Oniromancy? Or through a crystal orb? Either way, it is the great Arcanum. I'm much greater than that. Look at you, dressed as if you'd just been to a ball. You are as eye-catching as the pigment board on a sketch.
The conversation between these two is quite interesting.
I saw you the moment I came into the library. A pool. Does the Foundation hold balls too? Non, I'm saying... est-ce que tous les amis de Vertine parlent comme ça?
She looks so perplexed.
Never mind. Madame Z told me you wanted to look up the materials on the mysterious school that believes in numbers here. That's right. Miss Moisson told me she will thoroughly check the documents in the Foundation archive. So I'll go through the books in the SPDM library. If we can find anything about that school, we can be of more help to Vertin and her team. I'm sorry, Miss Sotheby, but I'm afraid the situation is going to disappoint you. While you spend the last hour looking for Teacuttler's ear, the kind-hearted monitor assistant already gained a valuable access to the library. But I haven't found any record regarding the mysterious school that believes in numbers yet.
Like a bolt out of the blue.
Oh, but Miss Moisson said there are so many books here that they can cover the entire back of a Stronsay beast.
Sotheby's the best.
That's a bit exaggerated, but she's right. Nevertheless, the librarian was transferred to a more important position years ago due to the storm. Many old books are not yet sorted. Some even went missing in the chaos.
The only relevant materials I could find are the stories of Pythagoras and some books on mathematical theorems. But I don't think they have anything to do with Vertine's issue.
What Matilda sees now is a pair of tear-dimmed eyes.
Happens. I can't do anything to help them. Please stop being emotional. It doesn't work on this professional member of the Foundation.
She looks away and clears her throat like a grown-up.
Without field investigation permission, I can't take you out to collect information. But in fact, there is still another reference room only known to the most outstanding monitor assistant. Hooray!
Other students in the library cast disgruntled glances at them.
Shh, shh, shh. It's a violation to make noises in the library! Please follow me, Miss Sotheby.
Matilda, you're great! Tall shelves. Unfamiliar surroundings. An impossible mission. The girls walk through the shelves like fish swimming through coral.
Thank you so much, Miss Buanish. You mentioned ball. I haven't heard that word for a very long time. I remember what Mr. Carson, my butler, had taught me. He said, express your gratitude to fair ladies by holding a grand ball. I'll write to my father and ask for a brand new, unsinkable and maneuverable rock and roll park. I'm sure he will gladly say yes. Maneuverable rock and roll park? Yes. We can hold a twist ball on it when Burton and her team are back. Please allow me to say no. The monitor assistant of SPDM will never participate in such an inelegant activity.
Is it really inelegant as you say, though?
Wait, did you just say Vertin and her team? We can talk about the ball later. The kind-hearted Matilda Buanish will try her best to help you with the task. But, of course, it's only out of her sense of responsibility, not for some personal reasons.
Right. They go faster and faster. Finally, they reach their destination. To patch the fragmented eras in the future, and to store the currently unimportant files and reports, people built this reference room in the shape of a box with gray and white walls. During this awful time, which might last for ages, people call it the footnote of history.
Here we are. The reference room storing unnecessary information. It's a place ignored by most staff. Even so, this careful, reliable monitor assistant will not let go of any details.
She knocks on the rusty sign haughtily.
I hereby officially appoint you as the Chief Assistant of Monitor Assistant of SPDM. I will take my responsibility and teach you how to become a devoted Foundation member.
Matilda pulls off the cloth covering the archive cabinet. Dust rises in the air.
Here is your first task. Read through these unsorted old files. All of them.
The monitor assistant takes the dusty file from the cabinet. The paper inside has already turned yellow.
I have searched all the archived ones. These are the last parts. Most of them are discarded administrative documents, low-priority materials, and substandard reports written by rookie investigators. By the way, you should know I didn't sort any of them out for you, and they don't necessarily have what you want. It's all right. Leave them to me. I love reading. You'd better do. Here's the key. Keep it safe. You can sit on the cushions there when you sort out the files. I don't want your dress to stain the stone bench. I'll go see if I missed any files. Listen, this monitor assistant will test you on your familiarity with these files when she's back.
Matilda's such a tsundere. 3 hours later.
Full check completed. Looks like I didn't miss any relevant files.
Dang, she went through all that.
Phew, quite a long day. I doubt if that spoiled lady can finish all the materials. She must have been bored and fallen asleep, waiting for her tea kettler in the dream. It takes much more than dancing at balls to be a Foundation investigator. I'll send her back to that teacher when she wakes up. In the end, it will be the kind-hearted Matilda who finishes the task for her. Being a great monitor assistant comes with great responsibility.
She's underestimating her so much. Again, Matilda gently pushes the door open. Surprisingly, she is welcomed with an energetic greeting.
Oh, Miss Boenish!
Standing on a ladder, Sotheby gives her a big smile with a stack of files in her hand. The files she didn't finish reading are scattered on the ground, while the others have been well organized in the cabinet.
You didn't fall asleep! Did you sort out these files? Yes, and I love these books in uncommon shapes. There are so many wonderful stories.
I often read books with Sasana when Father wasn't at home. We read and read until the red bomb waves woke up the sun. Moreover, these files are much easier than Miss Moisson's reading to us. Here, the gentleman from River Conway tamed a whole group of Avanks. How marvelous is that?
Oh, okay. Looks like you meet the basic requirement for being a rookie investigator. Tu es plus ou moins qualifié pour être mon assistante en chef.
The young lady doesn't pay much attention to the mumbles from the monitor assistant. She is busy announcing her big discovery.
And I also found this interesting report. It tells a lot about the storm and the numbers. Will this be helpful to Burton?
Show it to me.
She takes a pile of yellowed paper from Sotheby. This neat and orderly written report has no beginning or end. Obviously, the author is a meticulous person.
I have to say, it is undoubtedly a violation to submit such a report, but it will be a travesty of the truth and human sense if I cover it up.
Peace, sense, justice. They have always been the creeds in my heart, and are now the reason why I have decided to write down the whole thing. A long time has passed since the first attack of the most severe crisis in our time, but we are still wondering, what on earth does it mean? That was the eve of the millennium, of which no one had any memories, illogically. The next day, time was already reversed to 1996 the moment we opened our eyes. We walked out of the building made of grey and white marble as usual, hardly aware that the sun we bathed in was from another time. Our survival was unexpected and almost unbelievable in such a calamity which swept the globe. Why did the headquarters of the Foundation survive the reverse? Why couldn't we find our younger selves in the outside world? Did any other region survive it as we did? What was the cause behind this calamity? I didn't know, nor did anyone else. Things remained unclear until time was reversed again. This time, we all witnessed that rain in the 80s.
It's chilling, especially if you were the person that experienced it.
These files Burton needs?
I think so.
She says it in a trembling voice. This monitor assistant, who always claims to have a cool head, has never panicked so much.
It's a report written by someone who witnessed the storm. And it has recorded the storms before Burton became the timekeeper.
Wait, so could it have been the previous timekeeper? Because Verton did mention that previous timekeepers would write down what happened. After a terrible heavy downpour, it's hard to stay calm.
Before she became the timekeeper?
Whoa. So Vertim wasn't born a timekeeper.
It's a rule.
She didn't tell you that? Wait, no one is born a timekeeper. It's not an inherited title. Anyway, this report includes the secret chronology only accessible to the core members of the Foundation. You can only check it under the supervision of the monitor assistant before you become a qualified investigator.
Matilda dusts off this folder carefully.
No matter what the reason is, it shouldn't have been shoved in this dusty room like rubbish. To evaluate its authenticity and risk, the genius Matilda Boiniche will fulfill her duty as the monitor assistant and carry out a thorough inspection of this report. If you agree to this resolution, please nod, Assistant Sotheby.
The speech is full of terminology Sotheby has never heard of, but it doesn't matter. Based on the tone of the speech, she has already decided how to answer.
Yes.
Hooray!
That was 1985. A gloomy, miserable night compared to that peaceful morning in 1996, when we were only bothered by confusion. We didn't expect time to be reversed again. Nor did we understand the consequence. Even now, I still remember Paulina's desperate cry. One of her hens was already inside the safe area when she fell at the entrance to the headquarters. And that was the only part of her left to us the next second. And her favorite blue polka dot scarf, which we used to wrap her remains in the end. To be honest, I admired those who still remained calm and sympathized with the arcanists on the edge of mental breakdown. It had nothing to do with the 1/4 arcanist blood in my body. It was only the kind of empathy which all mankind would share out of instinct in the face of a hopeless calamity. We lost many, too many colleagues. In the materials they sent back, we even saw all the horrifying phenomena, such as one's veins turning into electric wires. Since then, the storm, a word simply taken from visual observation, has been used to refer to the calamity. Of course, we can have a word for the calamity itself. But what words should we use to conclude all the absurdity and panic? Before the storm, we were all familiar with time. It was supposed to be a straight line connecting the past and the future. We followed the line to move forward. We broke free from ignorance. We built civilizations. We developed technologies. We promoted the well-being of mankind. And we improved our living conditions step by step. We were so sure that we were making progress on the right path.
I guess this special chapter is basically about the report.
But then, the path was taken away all of a sudden. Oh, time. Our closest old friend, where are you taking us? Back to the two most painful war times in the 20th century? The era when no one had ever heard the hiss of steam engines? Or the century when mankind was yet to be enlightened? So far, mankind has achieved a lot in history. Dynamos, automobiles, flyovers, railways, hospitals, poorhouses. But if it goes on like this, what is the point of all the efforts we have made? Now we are like a shipwreck left on the island of time, witnessing the fall of the whole modern world in the unstoppable tsunami. Even though the Foundation has lost a lot of staff members, they are still doing fine compared to Laplace. My younger brother was a good example. He was the most sensible person I have ever known. On the first day of the second reverse, he told me, in a calm manner,
"At least we have reaffirmed that Newton was right. There was never an arrow of time in classical mechanics. Neither in relativity nor quantum mechanics."
Oh no.
That means this is absolutely normal. Whether the time goes backwards or forwards, even if it starts spinning around like a tabletop football player. They're not against the law of physics. We can go back in time and give Poincaré a Medal of Great Prophet.
The next day, he almost fell off the 6th floor due to excessive drinking. All the perceptions of time and space developed to this day were overthrown. We couldn't find any theories to explain the storm in any existing researches. There could only be two reasons for this situation. Either we've been completely wrong all the time, or we've come to a brand new world. And this new world can never make sense in the way of science, or that of physics. It cannot be verified by an independent third party, and it is impossible to be comprehended through reasoning. Is it true that we have been going the wrong way? Is it true that those once proven wrong by history, those arcanists who claim to possess gnosis, are actually on the right path? In fact, the one who put an end to the chaos was indeed not a human. This thing, I had no idea what it was. It claimed to be a machine which never stops working. It laughed at the limitations of our brains and the metaphysical mistakes we make ceaselessly. But it did solve the most urgent issue. A system was built to tackle storm-relevant emergencies after it took charge of Laplace. The first measure it adopted was contacting all the existing branches of the Foundations at the time to confirm the scale of available manpower. Then it built observation stations all over the globe to find if there were any other regions immune to the storm. After that, numerous offices responsible for deducing the cause of the storm were established. Even though there were countless disagreements during the research, at least we had taken the first step. I handed in the application to take part in this mission, determined to get rid of the fog in my mind. In 1986, I was assigned to the office in Egypt. All my friends came to the dock to see me off, because we knew it could be the final goodbye. Even though we were equipped with the emergency communication devices issued by Laplace, we were still not clear when the storm would assault us, or where we could hide nearby. What really scared me was not the threat to my life, but the possibility of dying ignorant. Then I boarded the ship to Alexandria from Athens. And that was when I met her.
Her? Could it be 37
Now when I recall
mother?
it was almost impossible to ignore that group of arcanists on the ship.
Oh.
There were about a dozen of them, all in eccentric stitched robes. They were followers of a strange school which mixes arcanum and mathematics. I talked to them. No matter how much that conversation bewilders me now, I was more excited than confused at the time. They also survived the storm in 1996, and they noticed the unusual changes taking place in the world as well. That means I actually met another group of survivors from the Millennium.
She stops turning the pages.
Wait! A school of arcanists who survived the storm?
This is becoming very interesting. Tower of Babel. Most of the time, language barriers are the least significant obstacles between people.
A mixture of arcanum and mathematics. The ship on the Mediterranean. Unbelievable. Our investigator actually met this group of arcanists who believed in numbers, and even left such a precious record down on paper.
Does it mean we are close to being helpful to Virgin?
The chief assistant of the monitor system lets out a cheer.
Certainly. It's what we deserve for all the efforts today. But why did they leave such an important report in the reference room storing unnecessary information? Did they misput it here after the chaos of the storm?
Maybe you'll know after reading more of it. Putting her confusion aside, Matilda turns to the next page of the record.
Among them, the most easygoing one was Hugh. He was an engineer as well as an arcanist. We shared the same preference for human technology, And that became our common topic. Hugh was in his 30s, red-haired, cheeks sunken, and deeply depressed due to some kind of eye disease. He was a decent man, with a prudent attitude, working at a desk most of the time. He reminded me of the imperial miniature painting artists in the Sultan's palace. Most of them ended up blind after toiling for their life. He showed me the picture of his daughter. I don't have children, but I could feel his happiness as a father.
Oh, that's Sophia's dad.
Although I got along well with Hugh, he seemed quite out of place among that group, which was actually led by her. I don't know what words to use to describe her. She was like a meteor shower, a tempest, or an unreasonable catastrophe itself. Her existence was just like her name. It was simple, yet implied a lot.
What was her name?
Please forgive me for my cowardice. Even now, I don't have the courage to write down her name. If one would call that a name.
A number?
In fact, she was quite a kind, warm-hearted person. Among all the unregistered arcanists I've met, she was one of the nicest ones towards the Foundation.
That must be 37's mother.
She looked young,
sure,
even though I heard she had a daughter too. Besides, she still possessed the innocence of a child, and that kind of excitement exclusive for genius. That's right. It seemed the whole world was like a sparkling toy to her. Our communication was heart-stirring at the beginning. Both of us were eager to find out what was happening, like two shipwrecked victims grappling at each other on the sea. But I didn't have the slightest idea what she was talking about, actually. The problem was not the typical communication issues between humans and arcanists. I was sure the language we used didn't pose any obstacles, but still I couldn't understand any words of hers. I would believe that one is highly intelligent if one can name all the factors of 11,567 without thinking. But what this one said was illogical nonsense which no one could ever imagine. She claimed that there is a world of numbers, above all else, where the non-physical essences of all things exist in the form of timeless, absolute, unchangeable ideas, and that the physical world where the time flows is nothing but an appendage, which has never been real or true.
You know, since this is 37's mother, I guess this writer experienced what we experienced when we first talked to 37. Speak English!
And that's why the chaos in this world is not worth any attention, and we should focus on what happened to the supreme existence.
Oh, wait, what? Supreme existence? Wait, let me go back to... She claimed that there is a world of numbers above all else, where the non-physical essences of all things exist in the form of timeless, absolute, unchangeable ideas, and that the physical world, where the time flows, is nothing but an appendage, which has never been real or true. This chapter is filled with a lot of good things.
What an utter disaster combining modern maths with ancient superstition. I saw another hubristic arcanist pretending to be the prophet by reliving Platonism. I don't even bother to mention the balderdash on soul numbers. Even the New Age movement could use some of her absurdity. But that was not yet the end. She even claimed to be aware of the exact year when the next reverse would happen. But when I asked her about it seriously, she said,
"My apologies. I've made an oath. I shall and only shall reveal the demonstration to people who have their own soul numbers."
I'm not sure whether she was making fun of me or being serious, but I had this feeling that she was eager to tell me how she was granted the secret through a moment of afflatus. It seemed she just saw through the laws behind all things instead of finding them through logical deduction.
Can't you see it? It is right in front of you.
After I expressed my inability to comprehend her words 30 times, she finally gave up and proffered regrets. I'd rather take it as a new kind of humiliation.
Mind-numbing nonsense. Oh my gosh, I feel sorry for this writer.
But What really irritated me about her, however, was her contempt towards science and all the scientific research methods. As far as I'm concerned, the value of a theory lies in its reliability, universality, and generalizability. Our pursuit of the truth has laid the foundation of modern science, allowing us to change the world. Yet, in her eyes, the value of a theory lies in its beauty. I talked to her on the current situation, and I told her how we would save lives and preserve the hard-earned technology of mankind if we could find the pattern of the storm. It was of course not an easy thing to do and would take enormous manpower, so I asked her sincerely to join the Foundation. Yet again she responded with contempt. She believed they would only become another military squad of the Foundation's.
Darling, maths are beautiful for their uselessness. That's why it remains noble and graceful in this sordid world, despite you humans' reckless action of using it to calculate ballistic.
She turned down my invitation and left an unfairly negative comment on our storm observation project.
The observation stations you built are destined to be toppled because their basis is the fragile world that follows the laws of physics. The efforts you've made are like nails on a sand beach, which will only be carried away by the next tidal wave.
I know she's not alive anymore, but I kind of want to slap her.
But I said, perhaps our efforts are in vain, but someone has to do it. We will try every corner of the beach before making the conclusion that the world we are living in is already a hopeless ruin.
What a pragmatic, rigorous, and rational speech. But dear, the world is a hopeless ruin.
The conversation ended in disagreement. I don't know why Arcanists hate the world so much. Perhaps the reason is they have never been truly accepted. To this day, I still remember her venomous conclusion.
The world built on past experiences has ended. In your words, which you used to mock us, why not embrace the reality?
Oh.
Yet about the Gnosis which she deeply believed in, and the so-called prophecies she made through numbers, she had never given any proofs or details that showed rigorous logic. And the reason for her inactions was an oath she had made before some stone? Therefore I believed her words were only the nonsense of a lunatic. When we first met, I thought she was different from all those psychos, who mistook the malfunction of their prefrontal cortex as the will of God. But they turned out to be the same. In the name of human sense, I swore everything she said was absurd and ridiculous to me. Until
what?
Madame Z said the Arcanists on that island are all named after numbers, because they have a strong belief that numbers are the essence of their souls. The investigator wouldn't write down her name. Is it because of the conflict between their beliefs?
Matilda turns to the next page eagerly, as if checking a novel brought in class by some undisciplined student. But the reality welcomes her with an empty page.
Huh? That's all?
What, that's it? Maybe because the story ends with an abrupt stop, or the hope just raised has dashed down, Matilda clenches her handkerchief with her sweaty palm.
Submitting such an unfinished report would only cause problems for the reviewers and evaluators, but this investigator didn't even write down their name.
Don't worry, Miss Burnish. I'm familiar with this situation. Every time, after the brave Typhon defeats Jupiter, he returns to the Auto Island. But each time we twist the ear of Mr. Glassbox, Typhon will show up again and again. Ms. Moisson told me the ear is the key to bringing back our hope.
I hate cliffhangers too.
Wait, don't tell me you are talking about the shows on the mechanical television?
Ignoring the monitor assistant's confusion, the enthusiastic young lady starts looking around for the ear that carries all her hope.
Stop, Miss Sotheby. Please, take a seat on the cushion and listen to me carefully. This is a detailed report written by a formal investigator of the Foundations, not some TV show full of cliffhangers. That means you will definitely find the rest somewhere.
Oh, I see. Must be a Coco treant who took away the other part of the book. Usually, they will be attracted by Luna Fixer, and by following their traces, we'll find their lairs in the stable.
You mean someone took it away? That's highly possible. Data loss is not allowed in the Foundation, especially under the Monitor Assistance management.
We must prepare Luna Fixer. Don't forget their favorite jigging magical beans.
Sotheby, I don't think that's it.
I don't have those materials with me right now, but I can write to them. It only takes a month.
I don't think you've got a month. The disconcerting conversation is clearly too much for this rigorous monitor assistant.
Nuh-uh, we don't need that.
After taking a deep breath, Matilda takes out her crystal orb. An ambitious smile spreads over her face.
You've perfectly accomplished the task from me when you found this valuable report. Well done, Assistant Sotheby. Now it's time for the great Matilda to show a little bit of her greatness.
Yes! Show me your greatness, Matilda! In the next part. You will meet countless great diviners before the real answer is revealed. There is no moonlight during the daytime. But the moon is not the only choice for divination.
Judging from the omen, it's at the northwest, the beginning and the ending of the ring, where the wall reflects repeatedly.
Holding the crystal orb with both hands, Matilda keeps adjusting her position while trying to figure out the vague vision of the sphere. Sotheby follows her with a curious face.
The northwest of SPDM. This one is straightforward. The beginning and the ending of the ring is not a problem either. The icon of the computing center is exactly the Ouroboros, a serpent eating its own tail. Here we are. But where the wall reflects repeatedly, does that mean a closed room with mirrors?
The wall reflects repeatedly.
The mirror in the display center is a huge kinescope in the wall. And the one in the airtight laboratory is a crystal clear observation window.
Wouldn't it be the display center then?
The one in the rehab center? No. The mirrors in the operation room have been replaced with curved electronic screens of steel structure after that Xenopilot made a scene. So, where is the answer?
She slowly turns around, trying to find the perfect angle for a clearer vision. A white figure storms away from her side, almost bumping off the orb she tightly holds.
Hey! You just hit me! Shouldn't you apologize?
Where did you come from, dork? Wasting my time.
The man groans a curse and hastily leaves this place with his hands covering his nose and mouth. How rude!
What? How could he say that? That's rude!
That gentleman doesn't look well. He's covering his face. His nose is running with purple liquid. Oh dear. Did he drink a whole bottle of purple Chrysandra juice? He needs treatment immediately. Oh, if only I had brought the Phoenix heart nerves with me.
He ran towards the rehab center. Nothing to worry about. Just another patient trying to prove he has recovered.
The hasty man has disappeared completely. The little incident doesn't raise anyone's attention.
The rehab center has all the facilities and medicines he needs. He will be properly treated. But why is he wearing the uniform of Laplace? And where's the receptionist here?
The lobby of the Scientific Computing Center welcomes them with a deafening silence. Okay, that's a little weird. The counter is no longer busy with people, but with an auto-recognition device instead.
Does everyone go to the weekend party night?
I don't think that's it. Probing around the counter, the temporary investigator seems determined to dig out a party gramophone from somewhere.
Absolutely not. The researchers here are too busy to do that. The computing center is working on the most urgent and vital project, the research on the immunity to the storm. We should not disturb them unless it's an emergency. So please stop calling the office and put down the telephone, Miss Sotheby. This is not the ear of a tea kettler, and it won't take you to any twist balls.
The monitor assistant can't stand the difference in their terminology anymore.
Je sais qu'il est débutante, mais quand même, elle est trop bizarre.
I think the rude guy was the receptionist. Oh no, it's actually this disgruntled lady that's the receptionist.
Guide new members with caution and patience. Trigger the afflatus at the right time. J'avoue que Verten a remporté une victoire temporaire sur ça.
Her mumbling is interrupted by the owner of the cheerful footsteps.
Miss Boonish, I just read the map on the counter. You mentioned where the wall reflects repeatedly. Does the vision refer to the racquetball center here? You see, its icon is a bouncing ball.
Let me take a look. Found it! This is really the right direction.
Good job, Sotheby.
Next, empty boxes, glasswares, and copper pieces. Looks like our destination has piles of metal.
The vision in the orb is growing clearer, proving that they're heading in the right direction. That eases Matilda's upset mind.
Good job, Assistant Sotheby. I have to say, I might have gone a bit too hard on you. You are more capable than I thought. Thanks to your prompt reminder, we have saved quite some time.
Sotheby is glad to help.
Aww. The young lady gladly hops along the way while she doesn't give up peering at Matilda's crystal orb.
Miss Boonish, since you're such a talented diviner, why don't you just divine the reason for the storm with your inherited arcanum ability? According to Ms. Moisson, the reason still remains a mystery. If the crystal orb can reveal its truth, everything will be much easier for Vertin and her team.
Divine the reason for the storm?
That's true. The brave assumptions astonishes this great diviner. She almost drops the orb.
That's impossible for sure. It's a typical mistake of laymen to believe one can see everything through divination. You are an expert on potions and arcane creatures, but you have little knowledge on other subjects. Haven't you received any systematic education on arcanum?
Education on arcanum? I'm of course well educated in arcanum, with Ms. Moisson as my tutor, and my arcane friends such as Typhon from the Auto Island, Jupiter, and...
Alright, enough!
She shakes her head, stopping her from listing another name from an arcane creature that nobody has ever heard of.
I have understood the fact that the education you have received is not, systematical, or say, incomplete, imperfect, inelegant. But don't worry, because you are talking to the kind-hearted Matilda. She will spend her valuable time to make it up for you.
Thank you, Matilda. The great monitor assistant clears her throat and starts recalling what she learned from when she was 12.
In fact, the system of arcanum knowledge is not completely separated from that of human science. For example, the modern pharmacy and chemistry actually originated from the experiments of potions and alchemy in the ancient times. They developed into two different systems because arcanists focused more on the knowledge ignored by scientists, which is gnosis. The knowledge we learn from divination is exactly under this category.
Wow.
Sotheby's eyes light up with amazement. Matilda takes out her notebook and draws a brief sketch on it.
Let me fill you in with more details. If two human researchers test Snell's law at two different places at the same time without making any mistakes, they will always reach the same conclusion. Or if two potionists use the same ingredients and follow the same formula to make the cough cough stop stop potion separately, their products will also have similar effects. However, if two diviners respectively perform divination on the same thing, they will probably see totally different visions. Because what the divination shows is merely omens. The interpretation of these omens is in fact a kind of subjective deduction based on the reality, and there is no such thing as a standard answer.
That makes it quite complicated for them, huh?
Even if the two diviners draw the same conclusion, it is more of a coincidence than a result that implies generalizability. So diviners never check the accuracy of their divination through the review of peers. And this is an example of gnosis. Unlike human sense, it is unique and possesses no universality.
Unique and possesses no I can't read it. Universality. She puts it away and wiggles her index finger.
In other words, even if someone finds out a reason for the storm through divination, they can't have other diviners verify it. Because 100 different diviners will give out 100 different conclusions. The scene will be even busier than a concert at Musikverein. That being said, the more possible result we get from the divination is nothing. Divination cannot bring knowledge which the diviners have never learned. The divination of such world-class knowledge, as complicated as the reason for the storm, can only be performed by world-class diviners. We may find one or two diviners like that if time continues to be reversed. Like Nostradamus. But he lived in the 16th century.
So that's gonna take forever.
Besides, even Nostradamus is not always right.
But Miss Buaniche is!
She believes in her so hard.
Thanks to your divination, we're getting closer and closer to that report, right?
You are right! Finding items, interpreting dreams, and making simple prophecies. All these things are just a breeze for the bright and clever Matilda. But inquiring about the storm is beyond my ability, and it will only bring misfortune. I will never make such a stupid mistake.
Matilda regains her radiant appearance. That'll be so
In
good
fact,
at making
the
her feel
half of
good.
the report and the handwriting of the author are perfect divination media. Besides, our target is not far away from us, and I'm familiar with the surroundings, which have made things much easier than usual. It is true diviners can improve the accuracy and controllability of their gnosis by practicing repeatedly, holding the rituals properly, and making targeted preparations. But that still doesn't mean the result will be absolutely accurate.
Interesting. Sotheby nods. No one can tell from her face whether she truly understands that announcement or not. Probably doesn't. Reading the vision in the orb, Matilda leads Sotheby around another corner nimbly.
The report says that person who mentioned the School of Numbers claimed she was enlightened about the year of the next storm. Is that also by divination?
I am not sure what kind of arcane skills they used, but numbers are indeed a kind of omen too. I am not talking about the specific knowledge of mathematics, but the numbers themselves, because they are even more abstract than images and languages as kind of symbol. Even so, there is no way for us to verify this prophet, unless it really comes true. That is also why it takes almost nothing to spread a prophecy. My mother told me many people in the outside world write to the Foundation every day, claiming to be prophets who can predict the doomsday and thus requesting unemployment benefits.
The doomsday? Unemployment benefits? Oh my! The outside world is far more wonderful than I thought.
I like how she's just so fascinated by everything.
This Boanish is even greater than I expected. You bet! Wait, did you mean I was not the greatest?
Don't worry, you are the greatest, Matilda. They have reached the end of the corridor. Matilda puts away the orb and looks at a wooden door with no sign in front of her. This is where the vision leads them to, the room next to the racquetball center.
Here we are, Miss Sotheby. Now, this is the moment to verify the result of my divination.
She opens the door with a slight push. I guess the next one's where we're gonna see the continuation. Oh, never mind.
If you look at the ground after the rain, you can often see a wet, long trail, like this one. At the end of the trail, there may be a snail slowly crawling forward. Yes, forward. The snail marks the direction for us. But what if we don't see any snails at either end? How are we going to distinguish the direction to the future from that to the past?
We need a criterion. Sorry, but I have no idea. First one?
Criterion? Well said, darling. To figure something out, you always need to make deductions based on facts and logical reasoning. What you see is not necessarily true, but what is logical is, because we haven't witnessed or experienced anything illogical so far. If something like that actually happens, it must be because we are too ignorant to understand it for the moment. This point was firmly believed by those researchers who worked in the house like canned sardines. It remained true to them until the first drop of rain rose. The sardines suddenly found that the knowledge they possessed couldn't support the point anymore. The can was opened, revealing a completely different thinking pattern to them. Whatever they used to mend the can, there was still a crevice left between the inside and the outside, and it could be ripped open again at any time. The chaos didn't last. If it really was the rain that swept away the snail and messed up time, then we should look at the silver lining. Does it mean we will find out the truth of time once the secret of the rain is revealed? There has never been a shortcut like this one, since time is only an intangible concept. So then, observation stations were built all over the globe. The staff learned how to collect and keep the valuable samples efficiently, in no time. The little boxes they used to store the raindrops are still being upgraded even now. Order and silence were brought back to the labs. Every piece of gear was placed back on the right track. It was a grand feat, and no one could have accomplished it inside this huge, cumbersome machine, except another machine. She took no sides and sought only predictable results. That's why she made a decision as soon as she read that report and its attachment on her desk. The former was about a delicate component which flapped like a butterfly in that huge machine. And the latter was a piece of paper full of circles and dots. Then she stored the information on her hard disk and destroyed the report. And the paper which claimed to have recorded the locations where the storm might happen, yes, the one with the butterfly-like drawings, was retained for data comparison. It seems she's satisfied with the result.
Invisible hand raised up high easily plucks a star from the sky. messy room. The light is dim here. Archive cabinets and unorganized files are everywhere, punctuated by strange devices in Lapis style. It seems like an abandoned utility room.
Where are we? Lost and found of the racquetball center?
She waves away the dust and struggles her way along the toppling cabinets.
The orb showed copper pieces. We need to find something that seems to be locked, but is actually not. Found it! Nothing can stop the genius, Matilda.
So fast. She finds what she's looking for in a rusty drawer. Obviously, the report has been here for a very long time. Its corners curl because of the damp air. Luckily, the writing is still recognizable.
The trip to Egypt didn't go smoothly. The ship was hit by a common storm at sea. We were lost in the fog after that, completely off course. Then something emerged from the water. Since the first storm, the Foundation has received frequent sightings of arcane creatures which should have been extinct in history.
Oh.
I had no idea what I was shooting at, even after I entered the clip. And I didn't know what to do. Those arcanists brought us back on course. She names the precise longitude and latitude of our location, even without using the sextant in the spare cabin. I wonder how she did that. Perhaps the world did look different in her eyes. Then when I was about to step on a random plank on the ship, she suddenly dragged me back. I thought it was only an inappropriate joke. But the next second, the plank broke. I was stunned, and asked her how she saw that coming. She just answered me as if we were talking about the weather.
Because that plank is deformed like a rhombus.
I was confused. Where is the rhombus? She laughed.
The rhombus can't be seen with eyes. You shall close your eyes, hearken to the teaching of the Supreme Existence, and seize the moment of afflatus.
Of course, I didn't see anything. Nor did I understand what the moment of afflatus was. Perhaps it's just another privilege enjoyed by arcanists, just like their right to be lunatic.
Hey, they're not lunatic.
Nevertheless, she reached the correct conclusion in a completely wrong way. Is it really possible? Anyway, she saved my life. But that was not enough to settle the differences between us. She remained rejective to working with the Foundation, and I finally gave up on the attempt to persuade them. My mission on that trip was not to make contact with them. Besides, what we needed was builders of the storm observation system, not some liars who would only make things worse. As for the shelter they took from the storm, she wouldn't say a word, as if she were dealing with a spy who pried to find out the deepest secrets of the Arcanists. In the end, Hugh mediated between us. He gave me an address in Istanbul to which I could send the letters to contact them. After that, I spent more than half a year in the Egypt office. Things were even worse there than I expected. Some have gone missing after the storm. The people who were supposed to be in the Egypt office, according to the member list stored in the headquarters in 1985, were not there when I arrived. The situation could be caused by the limitations of the transmission of paper-based materials, because the computer was not yet popularized to every corner of the globe at the time. One minor mistake of a copyist could develop into a huge difference. Besides that, the chaos inside Laplace was an even worse issue.
What happened?
I learned that someone published the paper Samplings of Global and Regional Chaotic Energy Route Changes in the name of Butterfly of Lorentz. Apparently they secretly used our sampling sites, yet their research direction and conclusion were radically different from Laplace's. The researchers equally divided into two schools. One sticking to the human technologies they have focused on, and one changing their direction to Arcanum. At the time, it was still too early to decide which direction was right, without sufficient experimental data. But many already believed that if time continued to be reversed, human technology would only keep falling into decline, while Arcanum which relies on personal ability, would rise again. It's true that Gnosis cannot be copied, verified by an independent third party, or comprehended through reasoning. Its nature decides that it cannot lay the foundation of science or be popularized to every ordinary person. It takes solid marble to build a castle, not slippery sand. Even so, what harm will it do to rely on Arcanum when the underlying logic of all things has become unreasonable? Before the disagreement was settled, the storm in 1987 was predicted. We were ordered to return to the headquarters 24 hours before its arrival, but the prediction was not accomplished by Laplace. A captive from Manus Vindictae names the precise date of that storm. Our enemies, those lunatic xenophobes, valuing only pure blood, made it further than we did. Yes, we built observation stations, we made countless deductions, we developed multiple simulation models. We made efforts, we sacrificed life. We did whatever we could. Yet the result was that we didn't find any other regions immune to the storm, except the headquarters and another one in North America. In the end, 95% of the branch members were reversed. 87.9% of the equipment was destroyed, and 100% of our predictions failed.
That is super hard.
In conclusion, our endeavor brought no achievements. As for the captive from Manus Vindictae, the delirium patient who claims that oracles flowed under his parietal bone, when we asked him how he learns the precise date of the storm, he burst into laughter.
Can't you hear it? Has God left you behind when he spread his grace?
Then, he smashed his own skull with a handcuff. Yes, there was no doubt. He was an incurable lunatic. But his insane nonsense was exactly the reason we survived the storm again. No matter how unreasonable or illogical it was, or how much a lie it sounded like. So we'd better believe we shouldn't go out in black today because the fish is swimming in the water. We'd better believe in the existence of the non-physical, everlasting, transcendent world where everyone's soul is a number. We'd better believe in the supreme existence which caused the disorder of time by merely casting its shadow. That means the life of individuals means nothing more than rubbish, and the world is but an imperfect ruin, where only the chosen ones will pass the trial, where the rest will be eliminated by the rain. How am I supposed to do that?
This poor person.
Finally, I made up my mind to write to her. I didn't expect her to answer my questions. All I wanted was to confirm if she had survived that storm, for the sake of our peaceful talk about the rhombus. Yet what I heard from them was a simple announcement of her death, with only 2 words. She died. Then it burned and turned to ashes in a second. On the same day, the first and only timekeeper who just took office, the 12-year-old child, returned alone from the storm. She told us the time in the outside world at that point, and that was how I knew she was right.
It is right in front of you.
But if there is a God, why are you playing such a prank on us? After we had suffered from the collapse of all the existing orders and the failure of all the great laws. If this is what she calls a glimpse of the supreme existence, the moment of afflatus, do you have to present it in such a cruel way? The last 2 digits in the number of the year after that storm were exactly her name and her number.
What?
77.
The report ends here. 2 digits. That's the full stop of the story.
Incroyable! Incroyable! C'est vrai! Quelqu'un a vraiment fait cette prophétie! Bertin and Sonetto will be thrilled to know what we found! Well done, Miss Sotheby! You performed as well as a formal investigator! We need to submit this report to your instructor immediately!
Grabbing the papers tightly, Matilda turns around with excitement. Sotheby isn't the person standing there.
What are you doing in other people's rooms?
The report is snatched away.
This is my personal item. You have no rights to take it. Please leave immediately.
Personal item? This is a precious record that should have been submitted to the Foundation. According to Administration and Regulations for Dispatch Personnel, St. Pavlov Foundation Decree number 259, every member of the Foundation, when acting as a field investigator, is required to create a comprehensive investigation report of all their actions and promptly submit it.
And they are obliged to ensure the authenticity, objectivity, and impartiality of the report. No personal bias is allowed in the content. If you have read this report, miss, you should know that it's not even qualified to be filed.
But this is an emergency!
The Storm Reformation Act is still new to her. She can't think of any articles to support her point of view. She racks her brains for words, but before she makes it, the other person starts talking with one of his eyebrows raised.
I can tell from your uniform, you are a student of SPDM, or... This is Laplace. Do you have your guardian's approval to leave the school, Miss Underage Student?
Approval? I don't need that. I am not a student. You are talking to the exceptionally promoted monitor assistant of SPDM. Here is my ID.
She's so mad. She holds her ID card high as if she's holding the flag of liberty. But she is ignored. The adult walks directly to a swivel chair in the room and pays attention to an educational toy on the table.
Did you just ignore a formal administrator of the Foundation? This monitor assistant will report every misbehavior of yours. Every little bit of them.
Wordless, the monitor assistant can't be more embarrassed in her life. She looks around just to find that Sotheby is gone. Luckily, the chief assistant learns faster than she expects. The familiar sing-song tone is making a report to her own tutor outside the half-open door.
Miss Moisson, we found that report here. The great Miss Buanish and I discovered some important information. I came to you and Madame Z immediately after we read it.
Good job, Sotheby.
Miss Buanish, why are you confronting Mr. Chair?
Sotheby stands at the door, her head is tilted. Two adults are behind her.
I didn't expect to see the second half of that report here in your room, Adler.
This time the owner of the voice can't be ignored. The swivel chair unwillingly turns around.
Don't call me that, friend. Why not just call me Enigma? Just like everyone else. Relax. I know nicknames mean no harm. But I don't understand. How is a report filled with meaningless words of any concern to you, Madam Z?
It provides information about the Arcanist group Virgin is now dealing with. If possible, please give it to me.
Of course. How can I turn down a request from Constantine's chief of staff? Take it away. I hope you don't mind the mold on it.
Enigma. The researcher stays seated on the chair and casually hands out the report. Madame Z smiles. She seems glad to see that Enigma still has the energy to be sarcastic. But clearly the monitor assistant can't tolerate such a blatant violation of the staff regulations.
Please pay attention to your manners and do not bring disgrace to the computing center, Mr. Rude.
Oh, Matilda. Miss Moisson taps on her shoulder and quickly looks in the direction of the door.
Ms. Buanish? Ms. Sotheby? You've done a great job. I'm sure what you have found would be of great help to Timekeeper. And I will report your active performance in this mission to SPDM as soon as possible, Miss Buanish. We need to further analyze the files you found. The first on the scene could provide more detailed information. Let's get out of here.
Contribution exceptionnelle!
The keywords give this young monitor assistant a giddy pleasure. She can't help but ignore everything else Miss Moisson says.
Oh là là, exceptionnel! Non, non! Calme-toi, Mathilda. I didn't accomplish it alone. Assistant Sotheby also played a significant role. Hooray!
A loud cheer interrupts Matilda's mumbling.
That is to say, Miss Burnish, we can start preparing the balloons and flowers for the twist ball. Speaking of which, this monitor assistant still needs to think about it. By the way, just call me Matilda.
Oh, they're friends now. She struggles to get out of Sotheby's passionate hug. The great joy brought by Miss Moisson makes her actions clumsy. Cheering and discussing, the girls leave the room. Madame Z carefully puts the valuable report away. The researcher swivels the chair again and hides himself in the fortress made of dusty items. He talks through cabinets and equipments in a slow manner.
There will be no advance in human technology. You think so? Even the Madame Z has given up on the study of theoretical physics and become a politician.
No. I've never thought of that.
She turns to the door with a faint smile. The door is closed. A new steam whistle sounds. By all means, board the ship. Gosh, I wonder how long this side chapter is. The dramas have ended. All is profoundly hushed in this cold and dark room. The researcher sighs and starts settling the messy papers and dusty tools on the table. Why is it mistaken for a utility room? Is it because of the mess? Metallic footsteps come from outside the door.
I am astonished by the fact that you are interacting with others.
Whoa, who is this? Another trespasser.
They broke in.
The robot in charge of the Lapis Scientific Computing Center shrugs and refuses to make any comments. She has already heard all of the information she needs in the corridor.
If it was a complaint that you were making, you know it is within your rights to submit an interdepartmental complaint within 7 days after the incident.
Don't bother. That file means nothing to me. I didn't file it because it is a report against the rules. Why bother to submit such a log full of personal feelings and emotional behaviors to our great, rigorous foundation?
Is that so? I am gratified to find that you still have some sense.
I too am gratified that you still have no idea that I was being sarcastic.
Oh, that was sarcasm.
Never mind. What do you want from me, Madame Lucy?
He asks as he bends down and organizes the papers scattered all over the place. What is this, I think, is the better question. This is the best effort he cares to make to receive a guest.
You went all the way to this dusty, rundown place so hurriedly that you even forgot to put on that pathetic mask. This is not because of some old files, I assume.
The faceless robot inclines its head in agreement.
Certainly. I hope you can be the cryptographer of the Manus Vindictae's ritual. You are still the best.
You are asking me, a human, to decode the ritual of a pure-blood arcanist group? I don't see how I'll be helpful to this project.
You cannot evaluate your own level of being of value, Adler.
The researcher keeps unfolding more dusty folders without raising his eyes from the table.
Well, you evaluate our value. Test us in experiments you set. Prove the hypotheses by exhaustion. Make mistakes and start all over again. You repeat the process like a roaring locomotive that pulls the research center out of this chaotic disaster. You question not what is ahead of you, nor whether the path you've taken will be regular or easy. The only idea you planted into your little brain is to move forward, to improve.
Thank you for your compliment. Credit goes to everyone.
That was not even a... Miss Mirka.
Yeah.
Guess you agree. A life without creativity is not worth living. And that's the life that I wake up to every day. I'm no longer the person you thought you came here for. I'll never be able to combine human technology and Arcanum. And I'll never comprehend even the slightest part of it. I am useless to you.
He squares up the papers on the desk in a grumpy manner, making a huge knocking noise.
I don't expect someone made of tin to understand the human mind. But I beg of you, leave me alone.
The robot ignores his emotional speech and keeps talking.
The work of analyzing the masks of Manus Vindictae did not go well. A side effect occurs in the researchers, and it is getting worse. The isolation wards on the basement level are overwhelmed.
What a scene. Have you aborted the experiment?
Not yet. We have conducted the Arcanum imaging experiment on the masks, and found a component which also exists in the raindrops of the storm. But knowing what it is composed of does not help explain how it works. What we're looking for is the original ritual that the Manus cast on them.
You're trying to figure out one's career planning from one's physical examination report. I wonder why it is not working.
I don't think the sarcasm will...
Even if somehow you manage to find the original ritual, you still need a proper environment to test it, which is the outside world with a coming storm.
The researcher turns to her. Wisdom and sarcasm glow in his eyes.
That's why we can't tell if we're getting results. Even if we had the right ritual, proper permission from the Foundation to travel, and strong-minded volunteer subjects, experiments performed in the Ivory Tower won't succeed because...
An experiment about the storm can only be done in a storm. Glad to see your brain is not rusty yet. It only took you 3 sentences to draw the conclusion which took the seminar a week to reach. That proves you are capable of the project.
He just, messed it up himself. The robot in charge puts a document on the table.
The history maintenance team has forecast different critical points of this storm. Foundation investigators are on their way. If Manus Vindictae still plans to accelerate the storm, like what they have done in 1929, there will be a high possibility that their people will show up at the transformation point of history and society, also known as the critical point of time, the center of the storm. Your sister, Greta Hoffman, is also one of the investigators.
Are you threatening him to actually participate in the whole thing?
I have no interest in any Hoffmans other than myself. We have different perspectives.
Oh.
It is okay. I am just here to inform you that if any of the investigators successfully send the information of the ritual back, the research about the immunity of the storm will be conducted immediately. Take your time and be mentally prepared. But once the storm alert is issued, we only have 24 hours to verify the feasibility of the ritual. I wish you will be fully prepared by then.
The robot gets out of the room, leaving him no right to choose. Her feet crash into the floor, making a steely sound. Enigma's eyes flicker towards the document. The face on the top is familiar to him. He pulls out the drawer and takes out a scrap of paper. This is the last code he didn't give anyone.
One thing is for sure now. The age of humans has come to an end.
Oh, that's why he didn't submit it too. Because that's something that the Foundation wouldn't want to hear, since it is for humans. That's quite...
Forte.
I'm quite
Piano.
astonished by the whole thing. But now I do realize that the video essay that I made for Reverse 1999, I think I got a lot of things right. There were some things that I couldn't add in the video essay only because obviously it'll take too long and I don't want to create like a 3 to 4 hour video explaining a lot of the things that I was thinking of. but one of the things that bothered me was the fact that we didn't have enough information of when Vertin will get that enlightenment, and then that's when she'll decide what to do next. That was like one of the things that I was talking about in my theory, but a lot of the things that I did put down though in the video essay was very accurate, surprisingly. And I realized now that I have way more information than I expected for the next video essay, I'm gonna have to rewrite a lot of things and what I want to focus on. I did want to focus on the Gnosis and Gnosticism in general. The reason why I didn't add that in the previous or in the first video essay is because that would give people too much information overload, which is why I only focused on Christianity, Catholicism, and the Bible as a piece of literature rather than for religious perspectives or whatever. Most of the things, the interpretations, are from Christians and Catholics, which is what I would mention in the video essay, but it wasn't my own opinion of the Bible, because I don't think that would be very accurate. Well, maybe not accurate, but I feel like the people who are actually in the religion, have a much better understanding of interpreting the Bible, which is why I used it in there. And some of the things about Greek mythology that I did sprinkle in a bit more in the video essay, that was also something I did intentionally, not diving too deep into it, because obviously information overload, especially for those who aren't familiar with the Bible and Christianity and Catholicism, that would be too much information for them if I added in basically a whole bunch of religion or whatever you want to call it. So that's why I was hoping that the next video essay I would target Gnosticism and go a little bit more deeper rather than Catholicism and the Bible and things like that. But this chapter really gave us a lot more information than I thought, especially with the Greek mythology and the whole math stuff, the power of numbers. One of the things that they talked about, where the origin of everything is math, that actually reminded me of something that I think it was in my geometry class back in high school. My teacher would talk about how math was essentially basically the birth of everything, basically the foundation of everything, similar to what they were talking about in the story. So it was very amusing to encounter that kind of same idea in the game itself. And it makes me look forward to actually going through each line carefully, because that's what I did in the previous, which is why I take forever to write the script, because I don't want to just give out random theories. I actually read through each line carefully multiple times and think and analyze it to make sure that I'm going in the right direction, and if my ideas fit with the overall big picture and also what happens later in that chapter. So I have to say that I really enjoyed chapter 5 overall because of the whole emphasis on mathematics, also tying in Greek mythology and Gnosticism, and also the fact that they referred a lot back, and I don't know if everyone remembers this, but in chapter 3, when they were talking about the history of Arcanus, where Sonetto was basically quote-unquote correcting what Matilda was saying, that this is the correct history, but then in reality, when you think about it, Matilda's interpretation of the history and what she learned from her grandfather is probably more accurate. That was actually something I want to talk about in the next video essay, because it really digs deep into the whole Gnosticism and things like that. But this chapter really made me remember that particular conversation multiple times, to the point that I think I'm going to have to go back to that part in chapter 3 and analyze it a bit more with the knowledge that I have from chapter 5 and 5.5. I'm going to just assume the special chapter is 5.5. And plus the whole... I really enjoyed 5.5. I'm really glad that I managed to cover it today. But the 5.5 that we just played also opened up, I guess, my eyes to... It like tied everything up together really well. Because I feel like Chapter 5, although we got a lot of information, it didn't tie things up too well in a way that's clean, organized in our heads. So 5.5 was like a nice alternative way on showing what happened with 37's mother, and also some things about the Foundation's perspective and understanding of the world around them, because that's one thing that I wasn't really entirely sure on how much the Foundation knew, but this gives a much better perspective of that, and it answers some of my questions that I had personally when I was looking into and analyzing a lot of the lines and situations in chapters 1 to 4. I think I probably read chapters 1 to 4 like 4 to 5 times maybe, while I was analyzing and researching and writing the script for the first video essay. But overall, chapter 5 was good. Definitely gave us a lot more world building information, which I found to be very helpful. And I hope it was entertaining and interesting to you guys too. I very much look forward to researching more into it when the time comes. I'm still trying to figure out how I want to write the next video essay, but I hope you guys look forward to that. I don't know if I'm going to continue streaming each chapter for this game, but maybe as an alternative I might just either have a chat stream where we talk about and look for lore bits and research and all that stuff, or if people would recommend or would rather have me just make the video essay even if it takes a long time, and just have that out as a way for you to know what my thoughts were on the game so far and the chapters that were released and things like that. I do have I did write part of the script, but I have to rewrite it now. Thank you, Chapter 5, for giving me new information. So, I don't know when it'll probably take longer than I expected to write the script, since we just got a huge information bomb dropped on us. So, I'm gonna have to rewrite and reanalyze everything again, chapters 1 to 5.5. But yeah, I think maybe a chat stream is what I'll do for future Reverse 1999 major chapter streams, and we could do some analysis together and do some research together on things and for every line. Maybe I'll do that if the video essays take forever to do. Just let me know in the comments if you're watching the VOD if that's something that you're interested in. I personally would enjoy it, but I don't know if everyone just prefers the video essay or a chat stream, so yeah, that's pretty much it. But yes, I will end the stream here. Wow, we're already almost at 7 hours, so I should probably eat. Thankfully I was snacking. I hope you didn't mind that. But in any case, if you're watching the VOD, make sure to give this a like, comment down below, and subscribe. This will help push it to other Reverse 1999 fans, and I would like to see more people enjoy this game with me. So if you haven't liked and subscribed already, then make sure to do that right now. Anyways, I will go now, so I will end it here. I will see you guys in the next stream, I suppose.